is the Big O Show. This 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 is.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys?
Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house!
Get out of the house! Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome aboard. Oh, wait a minute. We are a little dark here, right? We need to get a little light. Yeah, there we go. Let's shed some light on the subject here this morning. Good morning. Hope you all are doing well out there. I am, what can I tell you? I'm feeling good. It's a Wednesday. I'm blessed. We're here again once again to rock and roll for the next couple of hours. We're back to our regular early Wednesdays because Inside the Paint, we're really excited. Inside the Paint is back, which is a beautiful thing. But not only that, We've also added a national host to it in Kurt Heelan. Love everything that Clay Ferraro has done, and Clay will be hopefully a part of the platform as we move forward to in another fashion. But we kind of tweaked it a little bit here, and we wanted to add a national guy since we have already dominated locally, and nobody's got more insiders than we do to cover South Florida sports. Hell, as we told you, we told you that the ship I left was the Titanic and that it was sinking and that it would eventually be going to bankruptcy. I don't know if you guys remember. Well, we'll talk about that down the line. Not important right now. I just feel for the people that are there. I hope they're planning ahead and it's like obvious that it's been watching, but we've been seeing this develop. But anyway, so we got a loaded show for you. We're excited. We got Inside the Paint, Kurt Heelan, Ira Winderman. They're going to join us here at the top of the hour. So we'll have a little crossover with them, and we'll have some fun. I'm looking forward to it. And we've created a new open for it and everything. So I like how everything is working out for our Red Recover Inside the Paint show. And Clay hopefully will be a part of other things that we do down the line, but we added Kurt Heelan now from Pro Basketball Talk. And so that gives us kind of an insider on the national level. And then obviously Ira knowing the NBA and knowing the Heat inside and out. I just think it's going to be a really good, hardcore hour of information where they get to talk a lot of Heat and NBA too at the same time. So a really good hour I'm looking forward to at the top of the hour. So appreciate that. They should be joining us in a couple minutes here to do a little bit of a crossover. I know that we're all kind of recovering from the news yesterday from Stephen Ross. But the one thing that I want all of you Dolphin fans to do, there's a word we like to have some fun with on this show called compartmentalize. And I want you to do this. I want you to compartmentalize this stuff. Do you know why? Because Mike McDaniel doesn't deserve this. And Chris Greer and Marvin Allen and Reggie McKenzie, they don't deserve this. And Tua Tagovailoa doesn't deserve this. And Eric Ezukama doesn't deserve this. And Tyreek Hill doesn't deserve this. And Teron Armstead doesn't deserve this. And Jerome Baker doesn't deserve this. All right, Javon Holland doesn't deserve this. As fans, as media members, all right, so we have to, deal with the elephant in the room. And obviously, Stephen Ross is definitely the elephant in the room. Have you seen those ears? Anyway, so he is the elephant in the room. I get that. But I'm not going to allow this to take away from the fact, yesterday I'm sitting there watching a terrific practice. And I'm watching a lot of talent on the field. Let's not take away from the fact that the people on the field, the real football people, they're doing their job. And they've done a really good job overall. And there's a chance that we might just have a really good season. So whatever happens down the line, and when we get to the draft next year, and we got to be frustrated, let's be frustrated then about it. Try as much as you can to live in the moment. Try to enjoy Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle running wild. Try to enjoy Mike Gesicki, getting his way involved into this offense. Try to enjoy, Jalen Phillips growing into his second year, and Javon Holland, just while you watch him out there being the captain, pretty much. I don't care that they haven't handed out the C's. I already know he's got one of them. Just watch what's going on. There's a lot of good stuff going on. Let's talk football. Let's talk about the Dolphins, the team, because that's what we're rooting for. All right, we'll deal with the idiot owner and the embarrassment that he is. And I forget about being suspended through week 6. I just hope he doesn't even show his face anywhere, because he is depressing to watch, to have to deal with. But let's just really let's root on these players. Let's get excited about Trill Williams and say, wow, can this young guy come out of nowhere and earn a job and start getting playing time in key moments like Nick Needham did? Is Noah Igbenogany going to grow up this year? You know, let's do football. Yesterday, I'm sitting there and I'm looking at Travis Wingfield next to me. And I'm going, wow, dude, Austin Jackson looks good. Like he's played well. Kyle Krabs chimes in right out. Did you see on the screen? And I was, yeah, Austin did well yesterday, and then I got to deal with this shit. So we gotta, and listen, I spoke my piece about it. If you didn't listen to the first hour of yesterday's show, well, you might have missed out on, the only person in town that's going to really rip him for what he deserves to be ripped. Although I will give Dave Hyde a lot of credit reading his article. He did a good job there too. But enjoy the football, man. Enjoy the team. It's a good team. It's a good team. Bad luck is the only thing that can sidestep them like any other team in the NFL that suffers injuries. But outside of that, I like what I'm seeing from this football team. I want to enjoy the football season. Remember this, even if they don't have the extra first rounder next year, which they don't, and the extra third rounder 2 years from now, fine. If they're a good football team and this is a good front office, they'll find a way to continue to overcome and have success. Okay? So they can overcome all of this. It's not the end of the world. It sucks because it helps to have extra picks, obviously, and you've got a front office that knows how to, maneuver, but you can overcome all of this. Reggie McKenzie, who is there with Chris Greer, took over the Raiders, and his first year, he didn't have a first rounder. His second year, he didn't have a second rounder, and he still ended up getting his quarterback. He still got one of the most impactful defensive players in the league, and he built a team that got to the playoffs. He had no business getting fired for Gruden and company. They had one off year, and all of a sudden you gave up on everything and went to Gruden, which you paid the price now for that. But that's why, you're Mark Davis and the Raiders. You're an effing clown show. You know what I mean? You do stupid things like that. But don't allow Stephen Ross's stupidity to, stop you from enjoying what I think is going to be a really fun season. And hopefully we get to talk about football and we get to talk about wins and we get to, root on the team that a lot of us that tune into this channel love and root for. And you want them to succeed. Like we want the Heat to succeed. We want the Canes to succeed, the Panthers, the Marlins. You name it, Inter Miami. We want them all to succeed. I know I do. I certainly don't want to. What I'm watching with the Marlins, no, I don't want that. Oh, by the way, we won again in our liquor split matchup of the night. We're 20-9 now in our last 29 against the spread. So just in case, I don't know if you're following it, but we actually took the Marlins yesterday. I had to, man. It was 2.5. I figured that they could at least keep it close enough, and there you go. Big O, is there any room on this team for Odell Beckham? No. Why would you want Odell Beckham now on this team? No. Matthew Cook says, love that stream yesterday. Really shows your passion and love for this football team. Ross got lost. Yep. Ross get lost. I'm sorry. Yes, I agree. Let's see. And Matthew's up in New York. Daniel Marquez is in. Bamalovia is in. Kelly Saunders is in. Have you seen anything from Sanu? Sanu is not going to make this team. Sanu is nothing but training camp fodder. Don't even bother wasting your time with Mohamed Sanu. Mohamed Sanu is only here if Azukama, Hill, Waddle, or Cedric Wilson get injured and they're out for the year maybe, just maybe, he can take one of those 4 spots. He will not get number 5 or number 6 because that'll go to the Trent Sherfields of the world, the guys that can play special teams and help you out as a wide receiver and understand the system and everything. So, talking about Mohamed Sanu is a waste of time. He is just here as a training camp body and insurance policy if the others are injured. Outside of that, he and Preston Williams have no shot at making this team. None whatsoever. They have to stay ready just in case. But Sanu at this point, at 33 years old, it's not going to be the answer. There's a lot of speed on the field, and it ain't Sanu. Let's see. Tua's been dropping dimes all camp. Our roster is constructed in a way that we could have 0 picks in the next 3 drafts and still be a contender. I love these guys. Well, that hopefully they get to being a good team and somehow or another, get to the playoffs. That's kind of what we need. We need them to get to the playoffs. Let's see. Big O, where can I go to get my sports, my man? Right here. It's the only place you can go. It's the only platform that has insiders on every sport. And we've got them, we're building them up on the national end now. So, yeah, right here, man. Right here, baby. That's where you keep it locked. Ragin is in. Chris Draves is in. Miami Kid J. Big O, do you think Greer was oblivious to this mess? Miami Kid J, do you have any logic whatsoever, common sense, bro? Chris Greer has no control over any of this. He didn't want Watson, and he didn't want Brady, and he certainly didn't want Peyton. This was all either the owner or Flo, or owners, I'm sorry, because Bruce Beal's involved in this mess too. So, that's kind of the thing. So it has nothing to do with Chris Greer. Chris Greer is just in the middle of all of this crap. He's got no control over it. He's not going to want Peyton or Brady here because they're going to want power. So they're going to take it away from him. Okay? And then the Watson thing, why would he want to trade all those picks? And as I've said over and over again, use your heads, ladies and gentlemen. Tampa wasn't going to give Brady away. You were going to trade him for multiple picks, and then you were going to get busted for tampering, and you would have lost more, and Brady would have been suspended this time around because the tampering could easily be proved because he's on your team. So it would have been an even bigger mess, actually, if you think about it. All right, let's bring the boys aboard. Let's do our crossover and get ready for a little inside the paint. Take away this damn thing. I got you, Ira. I got it. There he is. Kurt, are you awake? Like, do you have Cuban coffee over there? Because that's legal cocaine. My suggestion, if you're going to do this every week now from Los Angeles at 6 a.m., Cuban coffee. Ira will tell you, much more powerful than American coffee.
That's actually a really good idea. I need to get something. I'm actually this is the 1 week you're coming with the funky beach background because I'm finishing up my vacation and I am in beautiful Ensenada, down in Baja California. So I'm up. I'm getting work done in the morning so that I can spend the rest of my day trying to make my family tolerate me for like a week. It's vacation.
Ira, how you feeling? And it's good to have Inside the Paint back.
It is good to be back on the Inside the Paint. It's good to have a nice national perspective. So we'll be going bi-coastal for the rest of this year and into the season. Interesting. Typically, I would tell you, Big O, August kind of slow. But there are so many things interesting. And a matter of fact, I'm going to sort of, talk to Kurt about something that I find particularly interesting, which ties everything together, is tampering in the NFL versus tampering in the NBA. And in the NBA, you get a wrist slap that you didn't even know was coming, had hit you, and you deal with it. And it's so different what the Heat endured last year with their wrist slap, a second-round pick for Kyle Lowry, the Bulls for Lonzo Ball, the same thing. And now even when we're seeing with the Heat losing P.J. Tucker to the 76ers and Brunson going to New York, how we don't expect anything seismic like what the Dolphins endured yesterday. So it sort of shows two leagues and how they handle it. That Adam Silver understands it's a wink, wink world out there of big dealing, and he doesn't want to impact the product. Roger Goodell, completely different. He impacts the product all the time, whether it's a season-long suspension for gambling, whether it's Deshaun Watson. I still think Goodell comes out and makes it more than 6 games.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just different. Adam Silver is sort of the people's commissioner. He never wants to get in the way of the game. Roger Goodell is different. Roger Goodell constantly sends the message down the pike. This is a league that works from the top down, and we enforce on you. And the players don't have the power with their disposable NBA and NFL careers. So I want to touch with that on Kurt. And then I'm really curious to sort of get the outside opinion on the Durant trade, on the Donovan Mitchell trade. Will we see movement in August? Or every Wednesday at 9 a.m. are we going to sit here and go, so when's this going to happen? And it could be that way also. Keep in mind, we're just about 6 weeks away from teams getting ready for the start of training camp. So we're ramping back up, but there's so many unknowns. And that's why I think the NBA schedule is going to come out much later this year than usual, because are they going to show a dynamic Brooklyn Nets team or a suck-butt Brooklyn Nets team? The league doesn't know who's what right now.
Right. No, I'm with you. And by the way, when we compare the NBA and the NFL, it almost seems like in the NFL, the commissioner is a complete lapdog for the owners, whereas in the NBA, the commissioner can actually think for himself and actually do things that is neutral, right? I mean, that's kind of the way I feel, Kurt, right? That the NBA commissioner actually has some real power that the NFL commissioner cannot have.
I don't know if it's cannot have, though, because ultimately both of them work for the owners. I think Adam Silver, a very different personality than his predecessor, David Stern, who kind of ruled with the iron fist. Adam's a consensus builder, right? And what he's very good at doing is making his case to the owners and getting enough of them on board that, look, hey, like you said, it's a wink and a nod thing. There's probably owners out there who would like a Dolphin-like reaction to some of this, to the tampering, and they're not going to get it because Adam's like, hey, that's not all this offseason buzz that we create with Kyle Lowry trades, with buzz about Durant and buzz about Mitchell. That's good for us. We want that. And you're right. It is a very different just attitude from the league about this stuff than you get with the NFL.
No doubt about it. All right, let's get ready for 1 hour of hardcore Miami Heat and NBA talk. It's the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
NBA fans, it's time for the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Redrecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome to our restarted Inside the Paint show, brought by our new sponsor, Red Recover. I want to welcome in Kurt Heelan, who I've actually worked with about a decade ago when I was writing for NBC Sports, because I've written for anyone and everyone. But unlike me, Kurt's been able to keep a steady job for almost into 2 decades now. So we welcome our West Coast correspondent. And I think what we're going to do a little bit more now, we're going to be Heat-centric because that's what we are in the Big O show. We're live, we're local. But I also want to expand it out to sort of what the outside view and what's going on. And Kurt, I cannot think of another week where there's so many national aspects that touch on locally and so many different directions to go. So I'm still going to hit you up lightning round, I think, in our first segment to get all the national stuff out of the way so we can get into the Miami Heat juicy bits. I guess something had happened overnight, and you're from the West Coast, so you sort of know this. Vince Scully and the iconic measure of a man from the West Coast, maybe the most iconic baseball announcer of our generation, and let's be honest, 2 or 3 generations before. Kurt, can you sort of give us perspective in the West Coast of what Vince Scully meant? How does he sort of rank or count up there with maybe a Chick Hearn as a voice of basketball? And then your thoughts on if Vince Scully was the iconic voice of baseball for the last half century, who in your view is the iconic voice of the NBA?
Right. You know, first off, it's really hard if you didn't grow up in LA. And what you and I and Ira and Big O, we're kind of a little bit of an older generation when, you know, we listen to games on radio. Like we listen to games and Vince Scully simulcast out here. You know, I think my favorite line was the creator of the X-Files named a character Scully, right? Mm-hmm. It was Mulder and Scully on the X-Files. That was named after Vince Scully because he said that's the voice of God in Los Angeles. It really was part of my childhood. I mean, there was my wife and I sat here kind of just stunned when we saw the news last night because we'd grown up. People brought radios to the Dodger game so they could listen to Vince Scully while in the stadium watching the game. He was somebody that really his kind of gentle tones and stories just. It's really hard to describe how embedded and ingrained he was in Los Angeles. And I'm not sure, you know, I've had this conversation with other people. I mean, we had Chick Hearn and you go Johnny Most and Miami's had the same announcers, which by the way, for somebody who flips around League Pass and you do this a little bit, you listen to a lot of different games. Sure. Heat broadcast. I don't think you realize how good the Heat broadcast is.
I mean, Eric Reed's been a constant. Yeah. He's been on since day one. He started as an analyst for the first couple of years. Yeah. Now he is the kaboom king of the NBA. Yeah. He's worked with a variety of co-hosts. I mean, Mike Fratello, Tony Fiorentino. Now he's with John Crotty. You know, he's Sam Smith. He started with the announcer, not the writer, early on. Is there a national voice? Has Mike Breen gotten there yet?
I don't know that Breen's got there. It was Marv Albert, but he's kind of. Marv Albert's time has passed. I'm not sure if I don't think he's doing games anymore as of this year.
No. Last year, actually, this past year was his first year off. That's why they changed the whole thing for the finals there. We saw more Kevin Harlan at the end there. Yeah. I'm just trying to think.
I don't know that there's, even in baseball, I mean, there's Joe Buck or what have you who does some football, but I don't know that there's a voice. But I think part of that isn't that we all, and especially younger generations, they just consume the media differently, right? Like you're not listening to 9 innings of a baseball game the way I did, because as a young kid, that was the only way I knew what was actually going on. I'd listen to the game. I'd pick up the paper the next morning and see if, you know, the Dodgers won or lost, or, you know, did Oral Hershiser get another shutout? What did Kirk Gibson do as growing up a Dodger fan? By the way, growing up a Dodger fan and now having this team that just buys everything is a weird experience.
But winning is good. So anyway, I wanted to touch on that early. I also just now want to sort of reset a little bit. Tell the people down here in South Florida and really across the country, because Big O Show is everywhere, and what we're going to sort of be hearing for the next few weeks and upcoming months on Inside the Paint, brought to you by Red Recover. Who is Kurt Helin? And sort of what is his NBA background? Because the one thing is, I'm going to look here at the chat board. Please feel free, just like always, people, to go out there, jump on our YouTube chat board. We'll read some of the texts as we go along in the show. So you know who you're going to be mocking and you know who you're going to be talking back to. Kurt, tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us a little bit of your background so people will know just how much national scope and how long you've been doing this.
Yeah, but please bring the mocking. I'm ready for the mocking. I'm all good. Look, I like a lot of you. I grew up a basketball fan. I played a little in high school, and my 6-foot frame and I can probably clear a phone book vertical was not going to get me very far as a player. I came out of a journalism background. I have a journalism degree, but I started doing this. I started a Laker blog. It still exists, called Forum Blue and Gold, run by Darius Soriano. Now, I started that back in 2004 because the Lakers had traded Shaq and things were changing. All anybody wanted to talk about was Shaq Kobe drama. And I'm like, have you watched this team? And like, we were just starting to get analytics. We were just starting to break down, like the advanced stats were just starting to come out. Dean Oliver had just written his book. And so I kind of just brought a new perspective, wrote that, which was picked up by ESPN, did that for a while, and ultimately started writing for NBC here in LA about the Lakers and then a little bit about the Dodgers and some other stuff, and got picked up to do this nationally by NBC. But that was 12 years ago. I got picked up in 2010. You, like I said, you were at the time writing for NBC, and they've gone through, like many digital companies, a whole lot of changes. But I've been doing this full time since 2010 and covering the league, writing and getting paid for it, frankly, since about 2004. And been fortunate. Like it's, I don't know about you. I came out of my journalism background before that was covering courts, was covering police, was, we'll call it real journalism you want, traditional stuff. A cub reporter, it's the same skill set. It's the same, hey, you got to develop contacts, you got to do it. It's just fun. It's just, you're writing about, there's serious things certainly come up, but at the end of the day, it's entertainment and it's fun. And I treat it that way. I believe that, like, it's not life and death usually, it's certainly not on the court. And we should be entertained by Kevin Durant trade rumors and Tyler Hero, extension talk and whatever else.
So little thing you mentioned to me in our chat before we got started here, and I thought was interesting, especially since I'm from the franchise who retires any and every number, which is why Dan Marino's jersey's up at FTX Arena at 601 Biscayne Boulevard, why Michael Jordan's jersey, number 23, is up there. Bill Russell, I would agree the most iconic NBA player when you take on-court achievement. I mean, let's face it, his NBA championships dwarf what Michael Jordan did as far as that. Then you have his off-court work also, what he's done in the civil rights area and other areas. So you have number 6, which actually is interesting because you have the Miami Heat eventually going to retire that number. There is no doubt in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
No, not Mario Chalmers. LeBron James is the reason they retire that number. So that'll be done. I know a lot of times people don't want to make something national, something local, where you take something out of play. And even, you even had, after Jackie Robinson's number was retired, some players who wore the number continuing to wear it. Adam Silver, I don't want to say he's in a tough position because right now we're still in a period of mourning. It's not the right time to do it. Yeah. Do you think number 6 should be retired across the NBA in honor of the legacy of Bill Russell?
Yeah, it's funny because my gut reaction to that was no. My gut reaction at first was, no, you don't do that. But I think this is the exception to the rule to me. The more I thought about it, the more I thought about his impact. First off, when you read about it, and this is, I wrote a couple of obits and stuff I'd researched for a couple of years. It was on the court he made a bigger change than we thought, because at the time, when he came into the league as a defender, you were told, stay down, stay in your position, get in front of the guy, and if he shoots over you, he shoots over you. He comes in and tries this crazy thing where he jumps up and blocks shots, Ira.
Yes.
Like he started playing this African-American game above the rim as it was played in other places. Elgin Baylor comes through and it kind of takes it to another level with his grace and style after that. But suddenly the game is being played in a different way above the rim, and he really changes it on the court, not to mention, I think, the more important stuff off the court where he is putting up with everything. I think he is, marching with Martin Luther King, but also everything he's changing in Boston and changing attitudes. I think he's the exception. I think that I would be good with this. I'm with you. You can't do it yet. It's too soon. It's right. It's too fast. It's emotional, but this is the one case where I think the exception works with the rule. And you're right. It's not going to be, look, LeBron's 6 will be retired in a couple of cities, 3 cities, at least, I would imagine. And there's some other ones out there. At the end of the day, I think you can do it.
Let me interrupt you there, because we know the Cavaliers are going to retire LeBron James's number. He brought them their championship. We understand that. Tormented franchise all those years, local product. They get that.
Yeah.
When you look from the distance and you see how LeBron both came in and went out of Miami, came in, big celebration, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, got to the finals all 4 of his years in the city, won 2 championships there, but then also denied Pat Riley the chance to endure. Based on how you want to talk about that meeting in Las Vegas, he wouldn't even take the meeting with Pat Riley. Andy Ellisberg was out in the hallway. They had championship trophies. LeBron was watching a soccer game, couldn't be bothered. It's sort of this whole player empowerment, that thing that took over from an outside view. If I were to tell you, hey, The Heat have already retired the numbers of Tim Hardaway and Alonzo Mourning, have done it for Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, and clearly they're waiting for the next number before they consider any others to be LeBron James. Does that surprise you? Or did you expect that even if your tenure's only 4 years, if you make the final all 4 years, you get your jersey retired?
And you win a couple rings, and you have this great era. I think that's the break line when you become, first off, I think we'll safely say a Hall of Fame player. I think we can say
first ballot, unanimous, or else you just change the electorate. Totally agree.
I think that because of that, he's kind of the exception to the rule. You absolutely put him in as the Heat. The Lakers, frankly, will do it as well. I don't know. They have a rule of thumb, which is Hall of Fame. If you played Hall of Fame and you played a role, and in his case, obviously in a championship in LA, they will retire him. I think as the Heat, you kind of, with considering, like you said, they've retired. They're pretty quick to retire sometimes. I think that this is the guy you've got to. I mean, at the end of the day, LeBron is going to go down as, however you want to define it, one of the two, one of the three, one of the top Mount Rushmore NBA players of all time. I think that's a guy you put up there.
Kurt, do you think the Lakers do? Or do you think there has to be another championship? It's just one championship. It's a bubble championship. We don't know. He might wind up playing with his son and maybe playing longer than we thought because of that. Is he on the cusp? Is he on the edge? Does one more championship do it? Or is that such a legacy franchise? Almost like, you know what it's like to go to, first Boston Garden, now TD Garden. They don't even have individual banners. They have so many numbers. They have a big banner with little numbers on there. Is there a chance that he could wind up with a third franchise having his number retired?
I think so. I think the Lakers will do it. I think he meets their criteria. He won a championship, bubble though it be. Hey, I still think the bubble. I don't discount it. Like, I think the bubble in some ways broke well for the Heat and Lakers in terms of the rest for coming in and with the players they had at the time. But that was a challenging situation mentally, and the two strongest mental teams were the ones left standing in those finals. I think they do. Plus, again, their standard is Hall of Fame. Jamal Wilkes is up there. Some guys that might not, Gail Goodrich, who might not have made it other places. They kind of meet the bottom line criteria once they got in the Hall of Fame. So
interesting. I don't want to get into Durant and Donovan Mitchell yet, because I want to sort of do that more as a Heat crosstalk angle, since there's a local angle. But here we are. We're in the first week of August. Typically, this is when the NBA closes, when you're more likely to find an NBA executive over the Amalfi Coast or somewhere over in Italy and having a Magic Johnson birthday party or something like that than you are to see NBA business. This has been such a weird year, as I mentioned to Big O before we started our Inside the Paint, brought to you by Red Recover, as far as the NBA schedule coming out. And we don't know who the super teams that might necessarily be. If we knew who the Brooklyn Nets had and we said this is the team of Durant and Irving, they get the 20 national games. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
Do you still expect major business to be conducted by the NBA in August? Or do you think we're all just going to sit back, and we'll get to this in our next segment, more Heat related? Or do you think we simply are at the whim of Kevin Durant? And could this be an offseason where business gets done in September?
I got a feeling it's more September. You're right. Right now, by the way, I mean, you've probably dealt with this a little.
Crickets.
It's crickets. And half the league's on vacation. Like you said, nobody's had a real vacation for 3 years, right? Like, because of COVID and the weirdness there, and then the short off seasons the next 2 years, it's been a long time since even those of us you and I got a chance to get away with family for a while. It's been harder to put those things together. People are taking advantage of it, and it's just, nobody's talking, and I don't want to say, obviously there's some 15th man, two-way stuff getting done, but there's no real talk right now. I think it's going to go into camp. If they decide they're going to trade Durant, hypothetically, wherever it is, I think that they need the deadline pressure of him either not coming to camp or whatever pressure he might put on them to start moving this needle again, or other teams get into camp, look at their roster and say, we're Boston. Maybe we should throw Marcus Smart or whatever the change is, right? Whatever the change is, I think that right now they're just, how this is, Ira, and I think the fans know this too. You get your roster set, you look at the guys in summer league, you see and you talk yourself into loving them. honestly,
Right.
even if you're in Oklahoma City right now, you got a pretty entertaining team, right? But if you're in San Antonio, you're like, I can't wait to see these young guys. I can't wait to see Josh Primo. Like, you've talked yourself into.
You want to see how they're going to win those 14 games. Exactly. Yes.
But you've talked yourself into loving the roster, and the captains in the front offices. So right now they're not there. It's like when they get smacked in the face with the reality of getting to camp and looking at their team and playing a couple of preseason games and going, oh, you know what? That Kevin Durant guy could help us. Like, I think it'll change.
Well, we're up against our first break on Inside the Paint, our new sponsor brought to you by Red Recover. But after the break, because Kurt is tied into all 30 NBA front offices, he will tell us where the Heat stand in the Kevin Durant and Donovan Mitchell chase, and we'll sort of get a better sense of what the national perspective means for the Heat perspective. Is the NBA done? Are the Miami Heat done? Or is Kurt going to blow our mind? And we'll be back after this on Inside the Paint, brought to you by Red Recover.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
Ira Winderman back with Kurt Heelan on Inside the Paint, brought to you by Red Recover. And unless things change pretty soon, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of executives around the league that could use a little red light therapy, maybe for their foreheads, trying to figure out where the NBA stands. So let's walk this back, Kurt, a little bit. And I know this has filled a ton of entries for you at NBC Sports.
Yeah.
And basically around the league.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, from the moment before free agency starts and you get that blockbuster that Kevin Durant wants out, and yet we've never heard Kevin Durant directly. And let's face it, if Kevin Durant wants a message out, he can go to Twitter. He can go anywhere he wants. He can go to the burner accounts and let us know for sure. He has not done that yet. But the league is still all of the thought there is a Kevin Durant availability out there. There is a deal to be made when Sean Marks sort of comes up with that. And that we know, and this has been put out and not denied by anyone, that the Suns and the Heat are at the top of his wish list. So, Kurt, I have a couple of ways I want to go into this. But first of all, from your perspective, let's not do the when right now. Let's do the if. Will Kevin Durant be traded at some point by Sean Marks and the Brooklyn Nets?
Wow, that's a great place to start because I'm leaning towards that's a coin flip for me right now. Part of it is there isn't, and we can get into this. There just isn't a good offer, whether it's from Miami or that they think is good enough. Because we can, again, we'll talk more about it. I don't think Miami's getting anywhere close to putting Bam in a trade. There are other players they'd like to have that are Brandon Ingram is not on the table right now because the Pelicans kind of like what they've got, and frankly want to see what they've got. I wish I had better sources on this. Like you said, I think even the Nets are a little unsure how serious this was, or was this him trying to get his buddy Kyrie Irving traded? And that's a whole nother mess. There's a one team market for Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie Irving, and it's your market out in LA. Yeah.
And nobody wants Russell Westbrook. And I don't need to go down that road. There's plenty of writing out there about that. But is he trying to do that, or is he serious about wanting out? And I don't know that they completely know. There's rumors that Durant and Josiah are going to sit down this week. True or not, let's put it this way. Whether those rumors are true or not, Ira, don't you think they need to?
Yes.
Like there needs to be a conversation.
And the sourcing on that was Steve Bulpett, who's been for the Boston Herald forever, and now he's working for an independent outlet. And he said that Josiah, the owner of the Brooklyn Nets, who's sort of been frustrated that his super team has been anything but super. So the question I have for you, Kurt, is a lot of times the way these deals happen, when they don't happen in the offseason and they don't happen in the camp, is, I guess, for better phrasing or lack of better phrasing, players go James Harden. And they say, I'm going to average 9 points a game. See how much you like that. We saw that with Harden in Houston, forced his way out of the Rockets to the Nets. We saw that with Harden, who was great his first half season with the Nets, all of a sudden started his next season with the Nets, and he was a 9-point-a-game scorer. He went through the motions. He preferred going for donuts instead of apparently layups or three-pointers. That wound up in the wrong situation. But as someone who's covered the league and has been in tune with the league for so long, basically all of Kevin Durant's career, going back to Seattle, people forget he started there, Oklahoma City, over to the championships in Golden State. I have not seen anything in Kevin Durant's comportment and respect for the game that tells me he would do that he would sabotage victory, he would sabotage his team, he would sabotage his front office to get what he wants. Do you think Kevin Durant gets more vocal, or do you think Kevin Durant is also sort of an entrepreneur and wants to be bigger than basketball? And in some ways, like LeBron James, Rich Kleiman, his sort of agent, his manager, getting him into all different areas also. Do you think Kevin Durant has that in him to be an SOB, to force it? Or else could we be going through the start of the season and that December 15th date when free agents in the offseason can be traded, and the first week in February at the trading deadline? How hard do you think Kevin Durant pushes this?
I'm with you. By the way, I don't think that's in his nature as just a guy who both puts himself out there, but I think genuinely is somebody who just loves the game. Kevin Durant puts in the work. Say what you will about Kevin Durant. Guy balls. God just puts in the work, and when he can play, he plays. I don't know that he's got, like you said, James Harden in him. Your guy down there in Miami, Jimmy Butler, wanted out in Minnesota. I don't think Durant can do that. I don't think he would do that. And I think that that's part of what, and if you're Sean Marks and you're looking at this market, are you still holding out hope? Hey, if we get him and a focused Kyrie Irving in there, and we get Ben Simmons healthy and playing, and we put them together with, by the way, they've got good role players. They've got Patty Mills. They've got Joe Harris. That's a deep look. If they're healthy, they're now up there with the Heat and the Bucks and the Celtics at the top of the East. Do you hope that works?
And so my question is from an outside valuation standpoint. So I'm going to go a little lightning round with you here as far as you're Andy Ellisberg, you're Pat Riley, you're Adam Simon, you're Nick Arison, you're sitting there in the suite at 601 Biscayne, and every NBA team does this. You might say some players are off limits, but every team has a price. Every player has a value. So I want to start first with Kevin Durant. 34 years old, just 2 seasons ago, sat out the entire season. Remember that injury from winning the championship with the Warriors? That's what complicates this also, in my view, is here you have a Nets team that paid a guy for a full season not to play just because they stood by his side, and that he's looking for a divorce right now. Right. Kevin Durant's valuation, is he still, in your view, a player at 34 years old that you give up anything and everything for? I don't know if there's many NBA players like that. Honestly, I don't know today if there's any NBA player like that, because even LeBron, you have the age factor. Yes, LeBron is great, but he's that age. Maybe Steph Curry because of his charisma, even though he's an older player now also. Where does Kevin Durant stand in the ultimate sort of Kirk Heelan, if I'm doing cryptocurrency valuation? Is Kevin Durant still a top 1, a top 3, a top 5, a must-have? Or is he a guy you can draw a line and go to your fan base and say, you know what? I'm not comfortable trading my 23-year-old Bam or 25-year-old Bam for my 34-year-old Durant. What's Kevin Durant's value right now?
I think for the Heat, by the way, I think you just nailed it. It's 25 for 34. It's first off, and you guys and you would have an interesting take on this. I'd be curious to hear what you think. If you did that, if you traded Bam and whatever else other pieces now you need to make that deal work and a bunch of picks, so you've got Jimmy Butler and Kevin Durant and Kyle Lowry. Is that enough? I'm not sold that it would be, look, you'd be better. You'd be in the mix, but now you've got a 2-year window, right?
Yes. And that's the exact point that I've been stressing in all my stories. Kyle Lowry has 2 years left on his contract. He's 36 now. Jimmy Butler's going to get paid through age 36. He's going to be turning 33. So you're looking at the short term.
Right.
With Bam and Tyler Hero, you have a bridge to the future. You have, hey, we're pretty good now. Made the NBA Finals in 2020. Made one game from the NBA Finals in 2022. So we're competitive and interesting. And then you have a bridge to the future with Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo. So this is what I wanted to get you to.
Yeah.
Just short answers here. Just want to get your thoughts. If you're the Miami Heat, would you trade Bam Adebayo for Kevin Durant? Well, I know we have to match salaries in other parts.
Yeah.
We'll discard with the ancillaries. We'll pretend there's no salary cap. There's no dollar for dollar. There's no you got to trade Ben Simmons in order to bring in Bam. Let's just talk about player for player for a second. Would you trade, if you're sitting there at 601 Biscayne FTX Arena, Bam Adebayo for Kevin Durant?
No, because I'm not convinced. I'm doing this trade only, and it's why I think Boston sort of considers it on a certain level. If I'm not, does this trade make me not just a contender? Does this trade make me the team to beat? Am I suddenly, not necessarily 2017 Golden State Warriors, because that was a little unfair to everybody, but but a team that is so good, now they're the favorite and everybody's chasing you. I don't think it does that for the Heat if you get rid of Bam. If you take your all-defensive player and a guy who can give you 19 and 10 out of the lineup every night, I don't know that you fill that position nearly as well, and I don't think it's the same thing. It's why, by the way, I think Boston, you hear Jaylen Brown get mentioned, but they don't want to put in Marcus Smart. Like, how far can you go down?
Exactly. So I'm going to get to that in a second. I'm going to get to that in a second with one of my other examples. Next, a contract and a salary that matches, and a guy that could give you star potential and certainly could light up the city. Not saying it's going to be done. Would you trade Jimmy Butler for Kevin Durant?
Ooh, that's a good one. I probably would, honestly. Okay. I think that'd be a hard one. I don't know that Brooklyn would go for that. But putting that aside, I think Durant's just an upgrade if he's healthy, if he's playing. Jimmy Butler gives you a culture, gives you a strength. He brings some things to the table. The thing I think we keep saying, oh, he's 34. When he played last year, he was in the MVP conversation.
Yes, and the Nets were great when Durant played last year. Yeah,
he is still a top 3, top 5 NBA player when he's on the floor. He is still a guy whose game is going to age pretty well, by the way. When you're 7 feet tall and can shoot over your head from anywhere like he can, like he's going to get his shot off sort of Dirk-like. As much as he's physically might age, he's going to be able to go get you buckets as long as you want buckets. So
okay, so let me give you my third option there, and this is going to be a rolling one because this is sort of the package the Heat are trying. I don't think it will, but I want to keep adding to it. Would you trade Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson for Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
If you're the Heat, would you trade Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero, and a first-round pick?
Yes, I might even go to. I might even.
That's where I'm going. Would you trade Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero, and 2 first-round picks?
That would be my max offer. Yeah.
So that next one I was going to say, because I think this is what the Nets are looking for. Would you trade Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero, and 3 first-round picks?
See, that's probably where I'm drawing the line because, like you mentioned before, I'm already really good. I've already got, you said, your bridge to the future with Adebayo and Hero, and you have the advantage. You got to remember, Miami is still one of the 5 markets in the league, 5 teams, franchises in the league where you guys can recruit superstars to come to you. Like my calculus is different if I am making this choice as the Memphis Grizzlies, who are not in the conversation. But like if I'm in a smaller, different market where if I'm Utah, I can't get free agents to come there. I've got to look at this differently. If I'm Miami, and I can't, man, in 5 years, this thing's shifted, but I've still got Bam and I've still got Tyler Hero. Other stars will still want to come, and you'll still be able to. They'll still be contenders.
And then the other part of this is, because I know you're like me, and sometimes I'll put out on a slow day a blog in this also. We get all these updated odds of Kevin Durant's next landing spot. We get it from everywhere. It used to be from Bovada, now it's Bet Online USA. It's always with a dot and like AG, like it comes from Anguilla or something like that, or overseas, because apparently these days anyone can run their own sports book. So let's say we agree that Kevin Durant gets traded at some point, and you've seen these odds and they've come out. There was a point the Suns were at the top when they had still DeAndre Ayton available for trade. He's off the table now because of the offer sheet that was matched by the Pacers. If Kevin Durant is not with the Brooklyn Nets, where do you see, and again, if you're going to disappoint Miami Heat fans, his name is Kurt Heelan. You can find him at NBC Sports. I'm sure you can get him on Twitter and you can DM him. He'll get back to you. Where would you see Kevin Durant's number one most likely if there is a trade landing spot in the NBA?
Before the season, I still think it's Miami. I still think ultimately, because I don't. Well, maybe they would take Boston at the lesser offer of just Jaylen Brown would be the best player they could get. I think straight up, like with all due respect to Tyler Hero, Jaylen Brown's the best single available player if they want to go that route. It depends on how many picks are in there, but I'm not sure how serious Miami. I mean, I think Miami's kicking the tires on this because Kevin Durant is. You're also breaking up. I mean, and this is a different topic, but if Boston would have that same conversation you were sort of having, hey, we've got a 5-year window. We just went to the finals and we've got a 5-year window, 7-year window with these guys. Like, do we really want to do this? I'm not sure that they do. I think Miami is a little more willing with all the, as much as they like Hero and Duncan, you'd make that move and you'd put yourself, if you keep Bam, you're probably the betting favorite now, right? Like you become the team to beat in the East. I think that's more likely. And if it holds on into the season and we get closer to that trade deadline, Phoenix will come back into play. They signed Ayton because they had to.
Right.
Monty Williams is the one guy who can smooth over that relationship. He's such a great guy. But if you get to the trade deadline and you can move DeAndre Ayton again, that conversation's back on the table.
Well, and let me bring up another point here, because this is something, and I've dealt with Big O on the Inside the Paint show before our friends at Red Recover took over our sponsorship here, and that was this. As we went into the playoffs, every week I would come on my Accurate Pembroke Pines reports with the Big O and the Big O show and our Inside the Paint show and talk about my fear of God of the Brooklyn Nets as a first-round playoff opponent. Because if you have Kevin Durant and you have Kyrie Irving and you had the supporting cast they had and they just got Goran Dragic, you don't want to play them. You want to tank for number 2. You want to play a team that's not in the play-in round. You'll go to 4-5 against the Bulls if you have to. And routinely, Big O would tell me that I was an idiot or a moron or maybe even both of those words. And then you could see the look on his face, whether he had the beard, the facial hair or not at the time, when the Nets were absolutely annihilated by the Celtics in the first round. I'm going to come back to that same place right now. Most people, when you talk about the NBA East, there seems to be a feeling, a collectiveness of there's a big 4 at the top of the East, that you have Boston, that you have Philadelphia, that you have Miami, that you have Milwaukee, which you always forget about, as those are the 4 teams. Right. Kurt, as a national perspective, you're going to write a lot about this at NBC Sports also. If the Nets start the season with Kevin Durant, with Kyrie Irving, with Joe Harris and his three-point shooting, which they desperately lacked in that playoff series, back in their mix, and some of the subtle moves they made. Hey, the Royce O'Neal trade, I think, was a big deal with Utah. They now can play this thing I think the NBA calls, defense also as well, and have a defensive lineup in there. Where would you put, in a perfect world, a Durant, Irving, I guess they're not big 3 anymore, but Joe Harris. I look at me, Ben Simmons, I left out totally because I have no idea who or what he is. But that Brooklyn team, I just gave you the hierarchy in any order: Philadelphia, Boston, Miami, Milwaukee. Does Brooklyn move into that group? Maybe push the Heat down? Does Brooklyn transcend that group as the new favorite? You remember all last year, no matter what their record was, Brooklyn's going to play for the number 8 seed. They're in the play-in, and the NBA favorite, and you're sitting there going, what the F? It makes no sense. How good could Brooklyn be if everyone's heads get together? Like we mentioned, they get together with owner Joseph Tsai. They sit there with Sean Marks. They get Steve Nash with his newly constructed coaching staff in there. How good should we fear? And could Big O still be proven wrong? Should we still fear this incarnation of the Brooklyn Nets?
Yeah, look, there would be a lot of red recover in that locker room trying to keep those guys healthy over 82. But yes, that is still, there's so many ifs with this. I mean, it's frankly, Durant's like the least of them. It's where's Kyrie Irving's mental state and how many weeks does he need off during the season? And like you mentioned, Ben Simmons, I don't know what he is. Where is he mentally? But if this thing came together, they are, if not the most talented team, one of the most talented teams. And I think the big problem, Ira, is that might be better built for the playoffs. When your defense tightens up, I have two guys in Kyrie and Kevin Durant who can just go get a bucket in the middle of the half court no matter what you do. And that makes them a really tough playoff opponent. Again, there's a lot of ifs to get there.
And
but in a way that Miami or others aren't.
And they have the defenders in the playoffs, like you mentioned. Kevin Durant's a great defender for a scorer that he is. He's also a defender. Ben Simmons is an all NBA level, maybe all defensive player of the year level player. Yeah. O'Neal can do that also. So, as usual, you can learn one thing about the show.
They can put Claxton in at the center and let that athletic body just go around.
Exactly. I mean, maybe not Jared Allen. Maybe they rethink that, but still another shot blocking defensive presence. So I'm going to move one thing back like we do often in the show. I do want to hit up Donovan Mitchell big time because I think it's a factor. He was down over the weekend or last weekend playing in Miami at the Pro-Am, played on the same team as Bam Adebayo. We saw all that. So when we come back on Inside the Paint, brought to you by our new sponsor, Red Recover, we're going to get into the Donovan Mitchell angle because it always seems you start with Durant, you go to Mitchell, and then you go from there. Donovan Mitchell, the outside perspective, Kurt Helin, will actually tell us in less than 2 minutes or so where Donovan Mitchell will play this season. All that and more coming up next on Inside the Paint, brought to you by Red Recover.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
What? Oh, look.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're gonna run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
And we are back with our final segment here with Kurt Heelan, our new guest, our new weekly co-host here. You get to stay, Kurt. You've done good. You've done good.
Thank you, Ed. By the way, we haven't even gotten to the important thing here for me, which is, as we start talking a lot of Heat, Ira, over the course of this season, I have a daughter who starts in the fall at UC Santa Barbara, so there is no Gabe Vincent slander allowed in my presence. He is the lone gaucho in the NBA, and we are going to do nothing but praise Gabe Vincent.
And that's the thing. If we're talking a lot of Gabe Vincent, we're probably in trouble there, because last year we spoke a lot of Gabe Vincent, who played very well. Yeah. And we didn't speak enough Kyle Lowry, who missed a lot of time with his personal issues. And then obviously Pat Riley called him out after the season, conditioning wise. We have seen the stuff on the internet. As a matter of fact, I actually pause there. We will get to Donovan Mitchell here in a second. Kurt, when you write your national blogs and you write your national stories for NBC Sports, and you see videos of players in the offseason, and I addressed this in one of my Ask Iras this week at thesunsentinel.com, you see players who've lost weight. You've seen players who go in these 5-on-5 open runs and are doing moves you've never seen before. You see He-Man muscle pictures of Tyler Hero. Yeah. How much stock do you put into what you see of players in July and August when it's on their own personal social media?
Like none, almost none, really. I mean, look, if there was a dramatic body change, like you take note, like, hey, so-and-so does look. I kind of hate that. Was it Lang Whitaker who used to keep Muscle Watch blog and just it was just like, hey, this guy lost 10 pounds. But occasionally you do see somebody you're like, hey, wow, they actually have, like, they there was a point with Kevin Love kind of being like the most obvious. You were like, well, all right, Kevin Love put in some work. Kevin Love changed his physical look. You see it occasionally, but the other part is when you see them like tearing up pro-ams, and Banchero shows up in Seattle and drops the numbers, and guys do it in the Drew League. And look, I've been to Drew League games. The level of play is pretty good, but I don't think people always appreciate how good NBA players are at basketball compared to even guys who played in college or just, what it's such a ridiculous other level. And if you put an elite talent, if you put Trae Young in a pro-am game, he's going between people's legs and throwing passes off the backboard, because everything's, it's me playing pickup against 7-year-old kids. Like, suddenly I'm like, wow, everything moves so much slower for them. I can just completely dominate.
It's like, okay, he just kicked the butt of the guy who sells you the shoes at Foot Locker, but exactly how does that translate? So yes, Tyler Hero has looked He-Man for the second straight offseason. Need to see it in camp. James Harden's told us and shown us that he's back in shape. Need to see that in camp.
Yeah.
The one time I'll believe this side of the equation, when you're looking at players who've put on muscle, who've lost the weight, who've added to their game, when on their same social media, they show when they've added the weight, when they've slowed down, when they've missed shots. It's all so curated. And again, the one thing that always gets me about social media, and especially now Instagram and Instagram Live and TikTok to a degree, who are these people that people always have around taking the videos? In other words, Victor Oladipo every day is showing his incredible workouts. He's been on the football field. He's been on the gym. He's been on the basketball court. But he's not shooting selfies. It's almost like they have their own videographer there. Oh, no. And I am sure before they post anything, Vic is coming over and going, okay, use that. No, don't use that. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. So you never really get the true off-season picture of someone. Now, on one hand, it makes for great blogs. It makes for great tweets where you can have fun with it. Yeah. On the other hand, you have to reel it in. One thing that is real, though, and I want to get to this because before we run out of time here, and again, if you missed any of our Inside the Paint show brought to you now by Red Recover, you can go back, catch the podcast of each of the first 2 segments here. But I want to get to Donovan Mitchell because I think, unlike Durant, I think this will happen.
Yes.
Because Danny Ainge is changing the culture to Danny Ainge culture of starting all over again. I think the Rudy Gobert trade with Minnesota not only showed you can get 5 first-round picks, 4 and a current first-round pick player, but that he's going to blow up the whole situation and remake the team in his own design. So let's do the percentage game, since Bovada and all these other gambling companies send us out the odds on chances of things happening. What percentage chance before the start of training camp do you believe that Donovan Mitchell will be traded by the Utah Jazz?
Before the start of training camp, I'll say 75%. I still think it's really likely it gets done. Like you said, it's if he comes to camp, and look, Donovan will maybe one of the nicest guys in the league. Will show up and put in the work and say all the right things and not be a problem. But everybody knows what's coming. Like himself included, everybody knows what's coming. So it's really a matter of when, not if. And by the way, is Danny Ainge the guy who, like, he loves tearing things up? Like, is he the guy who walks down the beach and like knocks over sandcastles so he can build his own? Like he just tears down.
And that's the thing. Utah wasn't bad, and Utah was one of the model franchises of the NBA, is always being competitive, sort of a Heat of the NBA West to a degree. Yeah. They were going to give you something, that Quinn Snyder was going to push for every victory, that they were going to find a way. Now, in the playoffs, when Rudy Gobert got played off the floor defensively because he couldn't switch out on the perimeter and all of a sudden he was off the court, they weren't nearly the same playoff team as they were a regular season team. So with Donovan Mitchell, we know what Danny Ainge wants. He wants the largest haul ever of first-round picks. We know what the New York Knicks have available. Yeah. Arguably the largest availability of first-round picks this side of Sam Presti, who just collects them, never trades them, just turns them into more future first-round picks, and isn't ready to live in the moment because no one's required that of him yet. Those odds that come out, percentage of teams, we've heard nothing but New York Knicks are front runners. There's background there. His dad worked in the New York Mets media relations department. He's been at a ton of New York Knicks games. He spends his time working out in the offseason in New York. Is New York the clear and overwhelming favorite, or because they're the Knicks, do they always have a way of screwing it up at the end?
Yes, they do, but I still think that because they are the Knicks, but I still think they're the overwhelming favorite. As much as I think Miami puts together an interesting package, and a couple other teams maybe you could if you wanted to. You mentioned it. Danny Ainge wants picks. He is rebuilding this thing. He is tearing it down. He wants as many picks as he can get his hands on, and that's what the Knicks have. The Knicks have what he wants, which is why I ultimately think that's what gets done. Right?
And there's so many directions we can go here with this. So I sort of want to do I think, and again, if you disagree with me, Kurt, please let me know. But right now I'm looking at a big four in the East of, in some order, Philadelphia, Boston, Miami, Milwaukee. As of now, the known quantities. Would you agree with that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I think those are your top four.
The New York Knicks, let's say they just send out draft capital, maybe some ancillary pieces, whether it has to be an RJ Barrett, but let's leave that aside for a second. A New York Knicks team with Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Julius Randle, argument's sake, we're going to leave in RJ Barrett. Okay, so I'm going to give you those four players. Where does that fit in that big four hierarchy? Or even, I think Toronto could be a cusp team as a number 5. We have Brooklyn in as a number 6. So let's say the four teams I mentioned, Toronto, Brooklyn, and I'm not even mentioning Chicago because I don't know if they're for real or not. Does a Donovan Mitchell trade acquisition make the Knicks any better than 6 or 7 in the East?
No, I don't think so. I think they're 5. 5 could happen. Like I think that could happen. And like you said, there's the wild card of we don't like Brooklyn, whatever.
Right.
Who knows? Right. But I don't think so. I think honestly, what they've created or would create in that trade is Portland East, which is we are an undersized backcourt that can't defend. We are in trouble in the playoffs. We're going to be entertaining. Like Donovan Mitchell is going to be fun, and Jalen Brunson is going to be a fun backcourt to watch. They are going to win games. They are going to put up points in the regular season. It's an interesting team. Madison Square Garden will love it, and then they will get into a postseason matchup against the Heat and be like, wow, our guards cannot stick with these guys. Like, we just don't have the size to match up. And Kyle Lowry's undersized. You could argue undersized, but Kyle Lowry defends, right? Like
he's a defensive SOB. Basically, what you're saying is the Knicks are going to come out with the all Tyler Hero defensive backcourt.
Right, exactly.
And we saw Tyler sort of get eviscerated by everyone in the playoffs and have to hide him to a degree.
Yeah, so
then the injury took him out. So let's go to part B. And again, if you missed it in our Inside the Paint brought to you by Red Recover, this was in our second segment where we lined up Heat players we would or would not trade for Kevin Durant. So let's do that. And I think it's going to be easier this time around.
Yeah.
Let's go to Donovan Mitchell. I know draft picks are the capital that the Jazz want. I get that. But let's just talk about players from a Heat perspective. Because, again, this could be a three-way deal anyway. Do you trade Bam Adebayo in a package for Donovan Mitchell?
Not even close.
I agree. I think it's simple. We don't have to harp on that. Do you trade Jimmy Butler in a package for Donovan Mitchell?
Nope. No, not doing that one either.
Here's one. And, again, I'm curious of your perspective. Because, again, you're talking about the reigning NBA sixth man of the year. So you're talking about someone who's a known quantity, especially for your Heat system. Do you trade Tyler Hero for Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah, I would. And I think the advantage is you're giving up a couple of years, but I do know what Donovan brings every night. I know what he brings on the court, but also I know how good he is in the community, how good he is in the locker room. And it's not that Tyler isn't those things, but I think you get a more polished, better version slightly. And maybe Hero can reach that level. I'm not convinced he can. I think Donovan's just going to end up being a slightly better player who can create a little more for himself. So I would put Tyler in a deal. But that would be, like I said, if you want Tyler, it might, again, we're back to the picks debate. So
I'm going to interrupt you there, Kirk, because I'm going to play the picks debate. So the deal would probably have to be, from a money standpoint, Tyler and Duncan Robinson, right, the universal matching contract. Tyler, Duncan Robinson, and one first-round pick. Would you give that up if you were the Heat?
Yeah, I'd do that one. I would. Would you do it?
Would I do it? I'm gonna go to number 2 then, because I think this is where we're gonna have the debate. Tyler, Duncan Robinson, and 2 first-round picks.
See, that's a tough one. I would. Here's the thing: if I'm the Knicks, after years of frustration, I would probably do it. And I don't. I know if I were the Heat, though.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to get you for this reason, Kurt, because this is something that happened. As a matter of fact,
you do keep, by the way, well, I guess Hero's young too, though. I'm like, Donovan Mitchell's on the BAM timeline, but is it worth 2 first-round picks? I don't know that it is. Once you get into, and by the way, Duncan Robinson, we're throwing out as a contract, guy can play. Like, guy does have skill.
No, he can be the shooter. If they're going to move Bogdanovich or someone else, he can be their floor spacer. I get that also. Here's the point. Matter of fact, this is going to bring your career full circle from when you told us in our first segment on Inside the Paint, brought to you by Red Recover, when you started your Lakers blog, when Shaq was traded to the Heat and everything started there with Kobe. When Shaq was traded to the Heat, believe it or not, Big O was on the air back then. Yeah. I was on his show, and we were speaking about a Heat trade. At the time, the proposal was Lamar Odom, Brian Grant, and a Heat first-round pick. The Lakers wanted more. I went back and forth with Big O about whether Caron Butler, who was then had a very good rookie season, would be thrown in. And Big O was, no, it's too much. You can't mortgage your future. We went back and forth. Over the years, Big O has come around a bunch and has said, hey, Shaq won a championship. If you can open that window, you go for it. He changed the arc of Pat Riley and where the Heat were. So it's one more. So here's why I sort of delayed my answer to that. If you're willing to give up Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero, and 1 first-round pick, are you going to let 1 more first-round pick be the deal breaker?
That's a really good question. Maybe not, because I think you mentioned it before. Like, under the best of circumstances, it's not going to be easy to get out of the East again this year. Like, it is just with Boston, who got better, with Philadelphia, who got better, and James. We'll discuss James Harden in the playoffs some other day. But they got better, around him with PJ Tucker, with whatever, everybody else, and whatever Brooklyn is. It's hard. Milwaukee gets healthy. Like, I don't know how you might need that. Donovan Mitchell's made some playoffs. Like, he is shut with all their Rudy Gobert issues. He has put up big numbers in the postseason. He is a guy who shows up in those moments. Who, like you said, he has spent time in the offseason in Miami too, and loves it down there. I might do it because he's young enough that he continues as that bridge. You don't just fall off a cliff in a couple of years with like you do with a Durant trade. This is we keep being good for years, and we can get other guys in here around them. And I think that makes some sense, but I'd try not to give up that second one, man.
Okay, and then I want to end this conversation here because I want to get to one more talking point before I have to wrap up our show this week on Inside the Paint. We know the Jazz want first-round picks. We know the Knicks could probably comfortably, a lot of protected, give up to 5 first-round picks and any salary filler. I'm of the thought, and people go, whoa, the Heat are limited. They only have a maximum of 3 first-round picks they could trade if they work with Oklahoma City to unlock a pick. So they can trade 3. I say they can trade 4 because Nikola Jovic is a first-round pick who hasn't started. We've already seen the Jazz take Walker Kessler, the first-round pick out of Auburn from Minnesota, to augment their pick package. I say the Heat can trade up to 6 first-round picks, and here's why. They have 3 first-round picks they could do organically, their own picks, if they unlock the Oklahoma City pick. I'm counting Jovic as a first-round pick. That's a 4th. Yeah. But I think this could happen. Kirk Heelan, putting you on the spot now as we wind down the clock on our Inside the Paint. Could Tyler Hero in the open market fetch 2 first-round picks? In other words, instead of dealing him to the Jazz, or as part of a 3-team trade, when you deal him to the Jazz, could they reroute him for 2 first-round picks? I think yes. Do you think Tyler Hero has enough value as defending 6th man of the year for a team that might not be able to recruit him in free agency to get 2 first-round picks?
They're not unprotected, I don't know, Thunder picks or something.
Right.
But yeah, I think so. I think that he's got that kind of value. He's got the advantage now too of, and we didn't even get into this, he's up for his extension.
Yes, and that'll be next week's theme on Inside the Paint, brought to you by Red Recover, because I gave you a bunch of things. Anyway, I wanted to throw that out there because I think that he can produce the pick package by either having the Jazz acquire Tyler, sending him out for picks, because Danny Ainge can constantly move, make that a 3-team trade. Last thing
Tyler
here,
Hero would not fit what they're trying to do.
Yes, last thing here, we're up against it. I want Big O because I know there's plenty of Dolphins talk going on today. Also, last thing, Bam Adebayo said at his youth camp over the weekend, his goal is to be Udonis Haslem 2.0 to spend his entire career with the Heat. And we'll touch again on this next week. Bam Adebayo spending his entire career in today's transaction-happy NBA with working for a transaction-happy Pat Riley, with cap number squeezer Andy Ellisberg, who can make any math work. Yes or no? Can Bam Adebayo play his entire career with the Miami Heat, or is the NBA simply too fluid and too transitory to even think about that in August 2022?
It's too fluid, too transitory. He might end up being, he might be the guy who plays the most of his career, the heart of his career with it. And I mean, let me be honest with you. If you told me Steph Curry plays the last 2 years of his career in Charlotte, where his hometown, I'd be like, yeah, I could see it. Like, I could see that Joe Montana end of the career going to play somewhere else for a couple of years, but that's not how you think of him happening with Bam. But I do genuinely believe he wants to stay there. And Ira, there's not a lot of better foundational pieces. If you're going to put a cornerstone together, Bam is a beautiful cornerstone piece, man. You don't give those up easily.
I agree. So much. It's funny. I gave Kurt a show sheet, and we probably hit about 10% of that, which one shows there will be plenty of fodder throughout August, whether the NBA agrees or not. But a really nice start, Kurt. Enjoyed being together with the reunion here, even if you have to get up a little bit earlier on the West Coast. Again, this was this week's edition of Inside the Paint, brought to you by Red Recover. If you need red light therapy like the NBA trade market does right now, you know where to go. You can find it on our screen right now. We'll be back next Wednesday, 9 a.m. for another edition of Inside the Paint as the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Give your dog the same therapy that many veterinarians use today, but at a fraction of the cost. Pads are available in 3 sizes and come with attachment straps, clips, and an easy-to-use manual. Red Recover can help your dog with arthritic conditions, muscle soreness, intervertebral disc disease, ACL rehabilitation, performance, aging, and general health and happiness. You simply place the pad over the desired area and allow our proprietary Tri-Light therapeutic wrap to penetrate deep into the tissue where a number of healing parameters will be stimulated. When starting treatment, apply for 10 to 15 minutes daily and lessen the application time as needed for best results. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We are ready to rock and roll. Hope you all are doing well. A fantastic hour. I loved it. A debut hour for Kurt Heelan on our Inside the Paint show, our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. So good stuff there. The boys did a very good job. I like what I saw during the hour. It was good. Down the line, I'll bother them. You know how I do once in a while. I chime in or something like that. Ira loves to use that Karan Butler one on me. I remember that. I remember back in those days because I was, Shaq was weighing 400 pounds. And so Riley's trading for this lazy ass 400-pounder with a toe injury. And I'm thinking like, yeah. And then the trade gets bigger and bigger. And, and I get it. You're trading for a big player. So you need to trade a lot of things. But no, not good. Not good. Not good. What can I tell you? That was one where I would say, no. And then eventually, yeah, you got to do it. You have no choice. And it worked out. It worked out for a little while, at least. Eventually he went. See, what I feared from Shaq was what happened in the third year, right? The third year, was it, or the fourth year? Third year, right? Yeah, the third year when they came back after the championship. Although I will tell you this, that first year, Shaq played his ass off. He was motivated. I remember that. Anyway, so we've got a bunch of things to talk about. We got a bunch of people to talk to. We are going to get, what's it called? Ian Rappaport will be joining us in a couple of minutes. So we'll have Ian Rappaport, as you all know. Wednesdays, it's a heavy day. Wednesdays, it's Inside the Paint from 9 to 10. We get Ian Rappaport at 10:10. It might be around 10:11, 10:12. He's doing a hit, and he's going to join us right after that hit. We were just talking about this before I got back on here. Matt Verderam is going to stop by at 11 o'clock, and Craig Mish also. And Mish had some breaking news yesterday about Don Mattingly, and we'll get into that also on the program. We got a bunch of things to talk about, as always, sports, music, life, crypto. Crypto's doing good, man. Even though the Solana hack is going on, I got to tell you, the crypto's doing really, really well. I feel bad for the folks that are involved, and maybe Solana has had so many issues, and Solana's one of those that I understand that it's a giant ecosystem, but I've never trusted it because it's been down so many times. It's why I've never really dealt with Solana. Just too inconsistent. And now to hear that they got hacked and people are losing some stuff in their wallets and all that, it's crazy stuff, man. So we will talk about all kinds of things today on the program. As you all know, this show goes in many different directions, not just sports. We go in through life a little bit too, as it is. Let's see what we got on the chat board there. Well, I don't know. Let me see if in the chat board, I would imagine that. If I got to pull this one up, there we go. And I would imagine Matthew Cook was number one. Wow. Welcome aboard, Matthew Cook. He says, love that stream yesterday. Really shows your passion and love this football team. Ross get lost. Yes, you are right. Kelly Saunders in. Bama Valoya, C. Dola, Brooklyn Rob, Raging Dolphin, Miami Kid J, Samuel Rabina, Fanatic, Greater Good, Razzle Dazzle Crypto. Samuel says Tua finally looks like he's 100% recovered. He looks like he has that torque in his hip like he did in Alabama before the injury. Well, and he's also comfortable now. Now he gets to be himself. Mike McDaniel has created an environment that he can be comfortable in, whereas the other asshole was just not creating that kind of an environment. Chris Travis is in. Another place I can bet sports. Florida seems to not pass the law. Well, what can you expect? Do you think Braylon Sanders makes the 53? No, I don't. Think he's a practice squad player. It'll take injuries. Bruce Beal and Tom Brady are very close. Yes, they are. Hope you didn't figure that out now. What have you been seeing from Myles Gaskin? Absolutely nothing. Edmonds and Mostert got the bag, so they're in the team. And so is Sony Michel. He's going to make the team because he's the bigger back. But let's wait for these games, and then we'll get a better feel for what's going on. I'm afraid the Finns will be worse under Beal's ownership. Well, we know that Beal sucks as an owner already. We know Beal has no business being an owner. The guy hasn't even taken over, and he cost the team a first and a third rounder. Ross and Beal need to go. They need to disappear. They need to sell the team. They need to leave. Just go away. That's all. They probably won't, so we're screwed. Lenny Pena says, welcome, Kurt Heelan, and thank you for joining us on Inside the Paint. Thank you, Lenny. Appreciate you. John Yang is in. Finn Nation in. Sergio Ramos in. What else? Sean M. Who else do we see here? Any other names? Because there's a lot of back and forth. Mr. Spock is in. Jesse M. A lot of basketball stuff. Thank you guys for going back and forth with the fellas on the basketball stuff. Brandon Gomez. Pat in Asheville. NorCal, Big O. Can I get a shout out to my wife for putting up with my craziness for 20 years today? Happy anniversary, wifey. Wow, nice. All right. NorCal, Rusty, happy anniversary, man. Awesome. 20 years. That is great, man. That's fantastic. That's a hell of a mark. When I see people that say, oh, we've been married. Yeah, we've been married a year or two or three. I'm inside my head. I don't tell them, right in their face, but inside my head, I'm going, you're just playing house. Those of you that have been married for a year or two or three, you're playing house. You're not really married yet. Okay? When you start getting into double digits, then I know it's serious. Then I know you're married. You're committed. And when you get to 20, then I know you're really committed, that it's the real deal. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we've been married for 2 or 3 years. Okay. It's nice. You're still off the honeymoon period. Relax. Take it easy. Talk to me later. Actually, next year for us will be 30 years, man. Yeah. Next year we hit the big, is it 3 or 29? Wait a minute. It might be 29 next year. Yeah, I think it's 29 next year. So we're still a year away. Yes. 29 next year. So we're almost getting to that 30 mark. That's so NorCal 20 is absolutely amazing. 20, I took my wife on a 7-day cruise on the oasis of the sea. We had a double balcony. 25, I took her to Paris, gave her a new wedding ring. That's where For those of you that you watch this all the time, and then you see in the background, whoa, that Eiffel Tower. I bought that in Paris during our 25th wedding anniversary. Needed some kind of a memory, and so I use it and have it here on the show, all the time. There you go. And of course, hit a Perdomo cigar to celebrate. So I went for 25. Now I don't know what the hell I'm going to do for 30. I got to do some, you got to do something special. I'm not doing another wedding ring. Okay, I did that on 25. I don't need to do another wedding ring for her. What do you think? 50? 40? 45? That woman deserves a new wedding ring every year, putting up with me. But I don't know. I don't know what I got to do for 30. I got to come up with something. That's the trick. You got to try to top it. You know what I mean? I don't know how you top Paris. I have no idea how you do that. I really don't. It's hard. Karen is in the house. As a Magic fan, I always thought it was crazy that Shaq and Penny played with the Miami Heat during their final years. I couldn't wrap my head around that. Let's see. What else? Dizzy 911, Gilberto Martinez, 6193, Steve Allen, Corn, Iowa Production. He says it's a stormy Iowa right now. And I'd be remiss if I did not mention prayers to our friends in Kentucky, especially in Eastern Kentucky, who have just gone through hell and are going through hell right now. Just sad, man, to watch these natural disasters, these fires all over the place and everything going on. And we got people in Kentucky that are losing absolutely everything. And I don't even know how many people are unaccounted for still. It's scary. Scary. Play Action 7 is in. Square One Industries is in. Gotti 4453. Nelson Alfonso. He goes, inside the paint. Basketball season ended 2 months ago. Basketball season never ends, Nelson. So get used to it. Rosendo is in. Says, good morning, Big O Nation. Put a smile on your face. We are going over the hump and down sliding to the weekend. Have a blessed day. Alex Palenzuela, Samuel Robina, Ross and Beal can go away, but we need to keep Garfinkel in the front office. Yes. Garfinkel in the front office are the only thing good with the Dolphins. The ownership group is terrible. Tua got hitched. Yes, he did. Tony Zagalis, Kyle Cockrell, Chris Osti, listening in Binghamton in New York. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, man. Much love. Jason Myers, Gus 1388. Does what Ross did show, he still does not believe in Tua, even though he has come out and said Tua is, well, Ross is you have to understand, Ross no longer can be trusted, no longer should be taken at he has no word. Okay? Oh, no, I didn't tamper. Dude, you're the one that was in Harbaugh's house. Get out of my face. You tampered. You offered what's it called? Flo to lose. You know what I'm saying? You did it, dude. Oh, don't give me this crap. You did it. It's one of those deals where, come on, give me a break. Anyway, let me see. Okay, now I think we're going to get Ian Rappaport. So anything that Ross says is a lie. Anything and everything. He is a habitual liar. Nothing about Ross could ever be believed again. Let's just, let's call it like we see it. That's what it's all about, unfortunately. And that's where we're at when it comes to the ownership group, unfortunately, of the Miami Dolphins. All right. Ian Rappaport is ready to go. We are going to get into a little NFL talk here on the program. I love it. There we go. Ian, how you doing, my brother? You doing all right?
I'm good, man. Sorry about that. I'm good. How are you? You hear me okay?
I hear you perfectly, man. You feeling
Nice.
you feeling all right?
I'm feeling good. I'm at Houston Texans practice. It is very hot. Forgive me if I might be sweating, but it's good. I'm on my, I think I'm on my 8th or 9th or maybe 10th team. I'm not sure, but it's been a couple of them.
All right. Well, as you know, my brother, we ended up getting the news here on what's going on with Mr. Stephen Ross and
I
Bruce
did
Beal.
notice that. Yep.
Yeah, you did. You noticed it. And obviously, we have all the statements out and all of this. Ian, you know, I get it that you can't force anybody to sell, but this is an ownership group that is not wanted here by the Dolphin fan base and not trusted. And how can you trust an owner that is constantly putting his team in a really difficult position? And the screwed up part about all of this is I can tell you that Chris Greer didn't want Peyton or didn't want Brady or didn't want Watson. This was all either Flo or the ownership group, trying to go in other directions. So you're not allowing football people to do their job here. And this owner both owners are getting in the way.
Yeah, I would say that's probably true. And with not the one problem, but one of the problems in Miami is there's a lot of voices. And when you have an owner like Stephen Ross, who, I've been doing this for 10 years, and I honestly cannot remember someone so brazenly ignoring all the rules. It is honestly incredible. And, I know his statement was talking about how he was exonerated. That was not what the NFL said. What the NFL said was he said those words. Obviously, Brian Flores believed that he meant those words. What they couldn't do is come to grips with the context of it. So he sort of decided so the NFL sort of decided not to punish them for that, but punish them, instead for the tampering, not as much for the tanking, but still, it all happened. So everything that Flores alleged happened. They now lose a first-round draft pick. They lose a third-round draft pick. That's value. That's real value. And that's going to hurt the team, especially if they end up needing a quarterback after this year.
Well, and that's what Greer and company have done a marvelous job of keeping themselves flexible every year, salary-wise, and they've kept themselves flexible in the draft by having extra picks and having more ammunition year in and year out because they're kind of planning ahead. And you got to love the way they're kind of designing all of this. And look,
yes, beforehand, but now, that's a tough reality because they've done all this great work with collecting draft picks, and then because of something that was so avoidable. I mean, the Bucs were never trading Tom Brady. They were never trading Tom Brady, never. So doing all of this for something that was never going to happen is such an unforced error. It's almost hard to fathom.
Well, how about this? Let's just go to the real extreme here. Let's say you do get to trade for Tom Brady. Well, you were going to give up a shitload of picks, and then eventually you were going to get busted for tampering, and now Brady would have been actually officially suspended for you also, and you would have lost pick for tampering. This is what would have happened anyways.
Yeah.
So you would have put yourself in a really difficult position. Or if Watson, you give up a boatload of picks, and he's going to miss a whole bunch of games this season. So this season would have been a wash again, and you would have had to wait till next year.
Yeah, the Watson thing I would have understood, because if he misses 6 games and they have him for 10 years, that's to me, that's worth it. The Brady thing, if it's for 1 or 2 years, that would not be worth it. And, again, if he's comes on as a part owner, okay, I guess I get it, sort of, but then it's against league rules for him to come in and be the quarterback. All the other owners would have to vote on. There's no way they would have voted yes. And the Bucs would never have traded. It's so beyond normal, reasonable thinking that it's really hard to come to grips with, honestly.
All right. So I'm going to also, and you kind of intimated on it. Clearly he did, try to tank. And to me, the league didn't go after him because that would have been bad on the entire shield. And that's why if you go on the tanking thing, then you're building relationships up with betting services and things like that. Like the McGonaghy stuff that happened in the NBA. That put it. And back then, sports leagues weren't involved with betting at that time. They wanted to stay away from that. Now
Right.
you're in bed with them, and so the league no way could have gone after Ross in the end for the tanking, because that would have been a black eye for all 32 instead. Correct?
Yes. No, I don't believe so. I don't think that's why. I don't think that's why they sort of didn't go after him for the tanking. I think it was more that, if you're going to punish someone for something, like those meetings with Brady and Sean Payton, those happened. There's no debate about what was going on there. There is some debate about, the context of Stephen Ross's comment, not in the mind of Brian Flores, but in the mind of some other people. So if they weren't 100% sure, and you couldn't penalize them like they needed to be penalized, plus they were already penalizing them for the tampering. So that's kind of why that went that way. I mean, the league, was pretty clear that Stephen Ross did something. The Dolphins did something. So I don't think they're worried about, quote unquote, the shield. I think they would prefer just this tanking did not happen, and they want to make sure that no other team tries to do what they did.
All right, Ian, what happens with Watson? Because I would imagine that in the end, Goodell's going to try to lay down a stronger suspension than the 6 games that was handed by the investigator.
Yeah, I mean, that's what people think, but we don't know. And one thing we've learned in the Deshaun Watson situation, I mean, think about how many different reports were like, oh, sources say he's going to get a year, 12 games, 6 games, 4. I mean, it was, some of the craziest reporting I've ever seen. And now the same people are going back and predicting that, the NFL will appeal. The reality is we don't know. They have 24 hours to make a decision Thursday morning. If the NFL is going to appeal, then there's so much else that goes into it, because Deshaun Watson will take him to federal court and then, really go after some of the lack of discipline from some of the owners. So that would be an issue. It will be the story of the 2022 season, just like it was the story of last season. Does the NFL want that? For just a couple more games, do they want to let Deshaun Watson take over the season again? I mean, these are all legitimate questions. Frankly, we just don't know the answer to those questions.
What's your gut tell you?
I don't know. And that's one great thing that I've learned in watching everyone report on Watson is my personal feeling, the feeling of people really connected. It's all so meaningless that actual opinions don't matter in this, because it's invariably going to be wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I totally understand that, but it's just one of those situations that it's not a good look for the league. It just isn't, and
Which
it ends
part of
up
it, though?
the suspension. It just doesn't seem like enough, because it seems, man, listen, it just seems like this is a guy that's getting away with, probably some crimes here. You know what I mean? It's kind of what the feeling you get.
As far as crimes, I mean, the only thing I know is that 2 grand juries looked into it by 2 female district attorneys, and both declined to indict. So, officially no crimes, wasn't exonerated, but they declined to indict. And, now it's a 3rd, and this is what he gets. So, I certainly understand it. At some point, though, it is what it is. 6 games is where it stands now. And, we'll see if the league decides to take it on and all the other issues that would come with it.
I wonder how women still support this league. I got to be quite honest. It just, they can't ever feel like they are respected by the NFL, because when there are crimes against women, it just seems like, think about this, man. Bruce Beal's getting a longer suspension than Deshaun Watson. You're better off tampering with women than you are with players.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Deshaun Watson situation with, the year investigation and the 2 grand juries, I think at this point, it is what it is, and I'll sort of let the investigation stand where it does.
I get that. I get all of that. I still feel, I think I know what Ben Roethlisberger did. I still feel like I know what O.J. Simpson did. When Bill Clinton tells me he didn't inhale, I kind of know what he did already. You know, it's one of these things that I understand the technicality behind it. I'm sorry. I'm just, you know, I've been lied to, deceived, misled so much in my life. It's just hard. I'm so jaded at this point. It's hard for me to believe what you're just telling me that, okay, well, you know, well, the jury said if it doesn't fit it, you must acquit. Okay, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just one of those that it just leaves me completely. I think a lot of people feel like I do. It's just I'm kind of like tired of the BS. That's all. It's just one of those deals.
Yeah, and judging from social media, I think some people are outraged, but to me, like, I don't know any outcome in this entire thing that would have left people not outraged. Really, any way, any punishment, any number.
You're right.
It's almost something where, like, and I know for the judge, all the judge can do is try to do what's right and what she believes, and no matter what happens, everyone's going to be upset.
Yeah. And in the end, you have to have that physical proof, and that's what we had with Ray Rice that we haven't had with some of these other cases.
Right.
And I get it.
Right, and and the NFL interviewed more than 10 women and ended up presenting 4. None, with none of the women claiming that there was violence. That colors the decision because in the end, that's what she ended up basing her ruling on.
Right. I'm with you there. All right. What are you working on over at the NFL Network so folks can check you out, my brother, throughout the week?
So I am at Texans camp right now. I'll be talking to some people today and reporting with my buddy James Palmer all day from here. I go to Denver tomorrow, and then James is over there. Yep. Say hi. James, wave. James.
There we go. What's up, James?
And then I go to Denver tomorrow. James is going to take me out to dinner. And then I go to the Saints on Friday, and then I get to go home for a day and back out again. So
Love it.
When we next talk, I will be – I have no idea where I'll be, but I'll be in somewhere strange again.
Will you have a hurricane at O'Brien's when you're in New Orleans?
No, I get in too late. I get in like 10:45. It's so bad, I know. Awful.
Anyways, if you have a hurricane, you may not be able to do your job the next day. So it's you might want to stay away from that. Although, that's how I end every year at the Senior Bowl. After I'm there all week, Friday I end in New Orleans, and I've got myself a Perdomo cigar in hand and a grenade or a hurricane in the other hand, and I'm just walking that whole thing, just being entertained by the craziness.
Yeah, that's exactly what it should be, yes.
That's exactly what it is. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet. And, of course, catch him every week here with the Red Recover look around the NFL. Ian, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. We'll catch up next week.
Awesome. Always look forward to it, man. Take care.
Thank you, my brother.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O for 10% off. The RedRecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley.
That's right, folks. And I can't tell you enough, if you have any pains, shoulders, neck, back, knees, ankles, wraps for your dogs. The wraps are great for your kids. Red light therapy is the way. There is no medication. There are no side effects. It is all natural. It gets the blood flow going. It relieves that pain, chronic injuries. We're going to show you when the doc joins us in another week and we bring on the doc, we're going to show you some before and after pictures of people that, okay, I tell you about pain, tell you about hair growth, right? How about scars? When you have scars from an injury or a operation, the red light wraps help heal those scars and make your skin look back to normal again as much as possible. It is really amazing. We're going to show you some amazing before and after pictures the next time the doc joins us on that. So the red light therapy is so good for so many things. And if you have any, chronic issues, I'm telling you, go to redrecover.com, check out the video blogs, the regular blogs that they've got there. You can read up on it. You can check out Hayden Hurst and other people so you can find out about it. But use our code Big O so you can get 10% off those wraps. And if you have any questions, they've got an email where it says contact us. They will answer right away. They are very helpful. Ed and his staff are second to none there at redrecover.com. Use the code Big O, baby. That's what it's all about. All right. So Nelson says he just realized that Chris Greer's, he goes, Big O, I'm completely convinced that the front office and ownership are not working together, and they clearly have different visions on how to accomplish their goal. I think I've been telling you that the entire time. Have you not been paying attention on this show? I think I've been telling you, all right, from the get-go, all right? It was coaching. It's ownership. These are the meddlers. It's not Chris Greer. It's not Marvin Allen. It's not Reggie McKenzie. They're the only three people that know what the hell they're doing. The owners don't, and the prior coach didn't. Yes. So stupid. Like, do you think Chris Greer wants Watson? He drafted Tua. Why would he want Watson? Do you think he wants to go get Brady? No. Why would he want to he drafted Tua. He set the team around. And he probably would have done better last year if it wasn't for Flo, and maybe they would have gotten in the playoffs, but whatever. You know, come on, man. We've been kind of telling you the entire time everything that's been going on in that stupid team and behind the scenes. If they just allow the football people to do they actually really have good football people. Just let them do their jobs. That's all. It's pretty simple. You have really good football people. Let them do their jobs. Right? That's all. And as I tweeted out yesterday with Ross, and let me bring up the tweet. So I mean, and really, this tweet is incomplete. I just only have a certain amount of characters, so I could probably add a lot more to it, right? But I tweeted this out yesterday because it's actually really important to follow what has gone on with this guy. Here we go. Okay. Let's share this with you here on the screen. I'm sorry for those of you that are listening to the podcast, but you'll be able to hear it. It's all good. So here's I tweeted this out. Here's Stephen Ross's legacy. First of all, we got the whale logo. I mean, think about that. Harbaugh hunting. Okay. Then we've got Henny could be better than Marino. Anybody remember that one? Right? Then we have the orange carpet with all the, entertainers or whatever on the carpet. And again, some of the entertainers were good-looking people and nice to see them, but it's just silliness, right? He gets suckered by Sue into a monster deal when Ndamukong Suh is not a guy that is Warren Sapp or the guy in the Rams, that guy that's actually like pretty good. That guy, no, he doesn't do that, but they paid him like that. And some of you idiots are, Sue's going to make our defense dominant. Did you check out Detroit? They weren't dominant. Whatever. He goes and honors the Gators at the Canes Stadium, Tim Tebow and company. He extends Philbin's contract with a useless win against the Vikings. And now he tampers and costs his own team first and third round picks. And there's a whole bunch of other things that I can add on top of all of this, by the way, from Bullygate and everything else that's gone on under his watch. Let's just call it like we see it. When he took over, he kept Parcells around, which When he took over, he should have fired everybody and got rid of it and started anew, because obviously what was there wasn't working anyways. It was dysfunctional, but he kept it going. I mean, there's so many things I can point at why he is a constant screw up. He has zero business being the owner of any pro sports team. And unfortunately, we are stuck with it because he can write a check. That's why. That's the only reason we're stuck with this clown, because he can write a check. That's all. Because he knows nothing about football and puts this team in a constant, terrible position. PSJ says, Greer stood at the podium and said he did his due diligence on Watson, and he's lying. He makes the right pick at 5, and this happens. He made the right pick. Tua's the right pick, my brother. And he's at the podium covering the owner's ass. PSJ, use your head, my brother. He can't go against the guy that pays his check. So he has to say some of the, wrong things. He's put in a position of lying because of the owner. Because the owner is a habitual liar. That's why. That's the problem. Let's send Flo, Ross, and Beal a gift card to Omar's sushi joint. Tua wearing orange jersey at camp today. I guess he's playing the music. He had a good day yesterday. He looked good yesterday. The team looks good. At least we now have a racetrack going around the football stadium for some reason. So the parking is terrible. Thanks. Well, the track has nothing to do with it. The parking is fine. There's nothing wrong with that stadium. The stadium's fine. Please, let's not get to the ridiculous point. Now you're complaining about shit that doesn't even exist. The stadium's fine. The parking's fine. That stadium's a pleasure to go to for events. That's not the problem. Is the ownership group, not Tom Garfinkel and that stadium, that property, none of that. Tom Garfinkel does an outstanding job. So I'm not. Tom Garfinkel's a badass. He certainly is not even close to being anything of the problem on that franchise. So. If the Niners are really starting Lance all season, there's a good chance we end up with a top 15 pick, I imagine. But the problem is, will Stephen Ross screw up from now to then, and we'll lose that pick also? Oh, imagine how Ross conducts his other businesses. You think he's only breaking rules in the NFL? This has to be habitual. Oh, yes. There's no doubt. But again, we don't give a shit about his other businesses. We just care about the Dolphins, and we're kind of tired of him screwing up the Dolphins. So you hire a good front office, and all you're doing is screwing them over. You know what I mean? It's like so weird. You finally get a good front office, and now you're screwing those guys over on a consistent basis. So weird. So weird. Anyway, what can I tell you? At 11 o'clock, by the way, we will get Matt Verderam to join us from Fansided, and he is going to talk a little NFL with us. We'll go around the NFL with him. I'm sure we'll get his thoughts on Ross. Craig Mish will join us at in the 12 o'clock hour, and we'll get all things baseball from Craig Mish, and obviously there's some news there, so we'll talk to him about that too. Yesterday we gave you another winner, baby. Yes, sir. Our liquor split matchup of the night. We are now 20-9 against the number. 20-9. So I figure we try to go for another one today, right? Might as well. We're on a roll. We might as well do it.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
Hey, we told you to actually take the Marlins plus 2.5 runs. It normally, it's 1.5 run is like the average that they use for most games. And yesterday went up to 2.5. And I said, my God, I'm actually going to take the Marlins here because the Reds aren't that good either. You know what I mean? So Reds ended up defeating the Marlins 2-1 as expected, but the Marlins did cover plus 2.5. So we are now 20-9 against the spread in our last 29 games. Our liquor split matchup of the night. We are red hot, baby. Today at 6:40, Mike Minor is on the mound for the Reds. Sandy is on the mound for the Marlins. Minor is 1-7 with a 6.31 ERA. Not very good. Sandy is 9-4 with a 1.99 ERA, and he's coming off a poor outing. So I would imagine he wants to get back on track. The over and under in this matchup is 7 runs. Yesterday it was 5, and it stayed under. Today, Marlins are favored by 1.5 runs. Why? Sandy Alcantara's on the mound. Marlins are also favored in this game, minus 142 in the money line. The Reds, Vegas says, is plus 117. Marlins, by the way, traded a couple of guys, Bass and Pop, yesterday for prospects and all that garbage. They did keep Pablo Lopez. I guess the offers weren't good enough for Pablo. Pablo didn't help himself with those outings down the stretch, and he probably scared off some teams, and their offers were probably kind of weak. So they ended up keeping Pablo since they are controlling him. I would imagine they wanted a little bit more, so they stayed quiet here. So what do? Sandy's on the mound. I think he's out for blood today. Should I go for Marlins 2 in a row? Yeah, I'm going to go Marlins 2 in a row. How about that? I'm going to lay the 1.5 runs. I'm going to count on Sandy to mow him down. And today I'm going to give the Marlins a chance at producing a 2-run win. So it's close, but I'm going to give Sandy, if it was a better team, I would go with the other team and take the runs. But the Reds aren't very good, and they could be limited by other pitchers. Sandy, I would imagine, is not going to have another bad outing he's not going to have 2 bad outings in a row. I think he's going to come in really, really focused. I'm going to lay the 1.5 runs here with the Marlins. All right. I'm going Marlins minus 1.5 in our liquor split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download the Tap That app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
Alrighty. And don't forget, $2.99 flat fee anywhere in Miami, Coconut Grove, Alapata, you name it. You're hanging out in Miami Beach, Brickell, the roads. Order it, baby. Liquor Split. Tap that app. Download it, iOS or Android. And again, flat fee of $2.99. Use our code the first time you order. You want 15% off? How about that? Use our code BIG-O15 and you will get 15% off. Download the app, Liquor Split. Tap that app here in Miami. Andy says, all these owners tamper. He just got caught. Well, he gets caught all the time, Andy. That's the problem. We don't need we don't need an idiot running the franchise. This guy's an idiot. That's all. There's no excuses for Stephen Ross. We're done with the guy. It's over. Get lost. Please never show up again. And everybody boo his ass. And boo his ass like you've never booed anybody ever. Make the Sammy Smith sucks chance look like nothing. Okay? That's what I want. I'm old enough because I remember the Sammy Smith sucks chance against the Houston Oilers as he fumbles twice into the end zone. And it's Sammy sucks, Sammy sucks. And it was all over that stadium. Well, Stephen Ross needs to get booed and booed hard. Everywhere he goes, anywhere he shows his face, fans must express their desire for him to sell the team. You see him in the street, tell him to sell the Dolphins. You see him standing on a podium, scream, sell the Dolphins. That's it. Send him dead flowers to his offices. Even if he doesn't get them, he'll get the message eventually. Sell the Dolphins. Okay? Fly a plane next to his businesses. Sell the Dolphins. Fly a plane over the stadium on game day. Stephen Ross. Sell the Dolphins. Messages must be sent. Okay? It's incredibly important that we send that message to him that he is no longer wanted here, that he is no longer needed here, that he is not one of us. He is a detriment to the Miami Dolphins. It is hard enough to be a player in the NFL. It's hard enough to be a coach in the NFL. It's hard as hell to be a scout in the NFL. It's hard as hell to be a personnel director in the NFL. And you've got this idiot getting in the way and causing more problems for your franchise. This is the moron that then hires people to then screw them over. You hired Chris Greer to what? Screw him over? Come on, man. Enough already. And if they win this year, all of this, you're going to look even dumber. Because it proves that you didn't have to do anything, because since you don't know football, you need to shut up and get out of the way. How do you hire somebody to sabotage them? That is disgusting. It's disgusting at every level. You hire somebody to make their lives impossible? I don't get it. I don't get it. I remember a day, I was a kid at the game. I didn't go to many games because my parents couldn't afford it, but man, that day was memorable for the wrong reasons. Poor Sammy. Oh, you were there. Yeah. Yep. I had season tickets. I was there with my dad. Let's see. Good morning, Big O from Lenny Pena. This owner has done nothing but keep us in scandal throughout his tenure. A repeat offender that doesn't deserve to own an NFL franchise, and certainly not ours. You know, we care too much about the Dolphins. We want them to succeed and go out there and entertain for us. And you can't have an owner that constantly is in your way. You just can't do that, man. Still feel bad for Sammy. Not a good look for Dolphin fans. You know, we could argue back and forth on that one because Sammy did nothing on his own to justify his pick. He never turned into a good player. He never turned into a competent player. He never was that force that you saw against the University of Miami for, what was it, 159 yards or 162, 63 yards. I think he rushed for against the University of Miami football team. Okay. I don't know if my memory, how much it failed me, how much I might have been off, but I'm not off by much. He punished the Canes. And that's what convinced us all. Because the Canes had an NFL defense. And that dude made them look pedestrian. He punished them. And we're like, whoa, that's the back Marino needs, dude. That's the running game they've been looking for. And, you know, he's a screw up. I think he straightened out his life finally, but he's a screw up. So I don't, you're a first round pick and you're unprofessional and you don't live up to your responsibilities and you get booed. Right? That goes with the territory. I don't blame Dolphin fans. I was there. You know, I wasn't cheering Sammy sucks. But I laughed my ass off. I was laughing my ass off. I was looking at my dad and we were laughing our asses off. So good for Dolphin fans. They're paying the money. You know, they did their job. They worked hard to pay their money to come to the game and get entertained. Do your job as a player. Don't go fumbling into the end zone twice and give the game away. What the hell is that, dude? Stephen Ross es un clown. Good Lord, sell the team. Pathetic Ross. Payaso, shaking my head. Overshadowed how good Tua is looking. That's right, Ray. And thank you for the love on the super chat, Ray. Appreciate you on that super chat. Thank you, sir. I don't know if I missed any other super chats. Let me scroll up here to make sure I didn't miss any other super chats while the show was going on. Let me see here. Of course, I get in trouble because I don't know what the hell I'm doing sometimes, since I'm kind of half-assed producing this too at the same time. Because Sean is at the training camp, getting all the video. By the way, all the players and coaches, all those videos are all on our website. They're all on our YouTube page. And some of my rants from yesterday, Sean put them up too on the YouTube page. Juice F5 says, Big O, make t-shirts saying sell team, Mr. Ross, but then I'm afraid team employees will escort me out. What should I do? I don't know. Bring another t-shirt. Right? Have another t-shirt under. So if they give you crap, which I don't think they can, then you just take it off because you don't also want to get arrested or get kicked. I don't think you get kicked out for wearing a shirt that says sell the team, Ross. But the message needs to be sent. It needs to be sent by email. It needs to be sent by messenger. It needs to be sent by plane. It needs to be sent however you can. You need to send it to Bruce Beal too, by the way. Do not allow Bruce Beal off the hook whatsoever, Dolphin fans. He has as much or a bigger problem than Stephen Ross, because he's the guy that's set to take over, and he already has he hasn't even taken over, and he's already done a marvelous job of screwing his own team of a first and a third. And you know what's the worst part about Stephen Ross and Bruce Beal? They don't even have the balls as men to look at people in the eye and take responsibility for their mistakes. They still continue to lie that they didn't do anything. They never tampered or anything. It's like, enough already, dude. Of course you tampered. And yes, there's no doubt in my mind you told Flo to tank. But the NFL can't bury you for that because they're going to bury themselves for it. Come on, man. Let's use common sense here. As I said yesterday, I'd respect him a lot more if he actually took responsibility. Like any of us, we screw up. Own it, man. Stop making excuses for it. That's the only way you'll ever get better as a human being. Admit your mistake. Admit that you were wrong. Admit that you need to correct it, that it'll never happen again. But if you continue to lie to me and tell me that no, then I know you've never changed, then you never will change. And Stephen Ross is that 9-year-old son of yours that did something wrong and is lying through his teeth And you're looking at him going, come on, man. Come on. I know what you did. Stop it already. What's the line we all use? I was 9 years old too. We all do stupid things. The worst thing you do is to keep lying and denying that Stephen Ross is a 10-year-old child. All I know is he will do this again and again and again because there's no remorse. There are no apologies. Nothing. Juice F5, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, this group of owners reminds me of Louis Chaffel and Cunningham. Remember? Yeah. Yeah, but those guys were connivers that, and rest in peace, I know they're not here anymore, but those guys, they didn't have the money, and their sole intention was to turn over the franchise. They only brought the expansion team here to then build up the value and then sell it. And each of them back in those days walked away with 30-something million, which was a lot of money back in those days. But it's just, I'd respect you more if you were at least stand up about it. Hour number 2, and Matt Verderam is next.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
Hey, there he is. He's ready to go. And aren't you glad that the Hunt family runs your team?
It's been an interesting couple days for the Dolphins.
Interesting 13 years, bro.
Well,
you go hardball hunting, you create a whale for a logo, you celebrate Tebow and the Gators in a stadium where your other tenant is the Canes. I mean, this is the kind of shit that's been going on since he took over for 13 years, dude.
Yeah.
And now Bruce Beal, this is the clown that's set to take over for Stephen Ross, who's 80 years old. This is the guy that's buddies with Tom Brady. This fool hasn't even taken over and already helped his team lose a first and a third round pick. And he's the guy that got the longer suspension because obviously he's the guy that obviously had the tie to Brady and all of that. It's, you know, you watch the Hunt family and then you watch the shit that goes on here, and it is just baffling, my brother. Baffling.
Well, I know this sounds almost like a joke, but I'm serious. The worst part of all this is that they didn't get Brady. Like, you tampered for 3 years and still didn't get him? And he's playing.
And by the way, you would have then been busted for tampering, and you would have gotten Brady suspended.
Yeah, you would have, but at least you would have had Brady for a few years. I mean, like they didn't land him, and he's on a team playing in Florida. Like, it's not like it was like, well, I don't want to go there because geographically, I don't want to live in Florida. Like, no, he's in Tampa, which nobody would ever take over Miami. Like, if you had those two options of places to live, I don't know too many people who would live in Tampa.
Nobody.
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 It's
Nobody.
it's a horrible look. But also, look, it changes a lot of things. I tweeted this yesterday. Like, this is obviously a huge year for Tua, but with them losing a first round pick, it now makes it a hell of a lot harder for them to move up and get a quarterback if they need to. If Tua doesn't play well this year, or whatever, if unfortunately got hurt again or something, and they just decided, hey, look, we love this kid at Ohio State in Stroud or Alabama, and we're going to move up, and we've got 2 firsts, we've got all assignment. Now they don't.
Nope.
And so, and because you lose a third round pick in the future, you're probably even less inclined to move up because you have less ammunition to begin with. So you go from this position of strength, even if it wasn't for a quarterback, by the way. Even if they want to move up,
even if it was just to load up more around Tua.
Right. Even if you wanted to say, hey, look, we're gonna go get a star pass rusher. We're gonna go get, maybe we're gonna get a stud right tackle.
More importantly, if Tua kicks ass, that one of those first round picks would have been traded back again, because that's what he does to get more picks. Is what he would have done. Is probably that would be my guess. Actually, he would have created more ammunition because he had the luxury of having a good team. And again, he's in that window of, we haven't paid the kid. Let's try to get this thing done and get over the hump. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look, all of it's bad. And by the way, not the least of which, if I'm a Dolphins fan, I'm even more pissed off about, is this whole idea that Stephen Ross was joking that he'd hand out $100,000 for him to lose games.
Come on.
I mean, you're joking. It's a weird joke to say over and over and over, according to this report.
It's a lie. It's a lie, dude. It's a lie.
It
the league didn't go after the tampering because they're in bed with betting companies now. They can't have a McGonaghy, right? Was the name of the NBA guy? They can't. Whatever. They can't have a situation like that. They can't have the impression that teams are tanking and you're, tied up with DraftKings. So you can't do shit like that. That's why they didn't go after him. They know he did it. Everybody knows he did it, and now, and here's the thing about Stephen Ross: you already done this with Harbaugh, dude. You have no credibility, and he still is in denial.
Well, you know what?
Still is in that. Instead of being a man and address his fan base and say, "I screwed up. I was trying to win. I was overly aggressive. I made a mistake. I apologize." No, dude. You're the 10-year-old that keeps lying to me that you didn't do this when I know, son, you did this because you're 10 years old and I can see it in your face. You're lying. I did the same thing when I was 10. This is Stephen Ross, bro. This is Stephen Ross.
And you know what? I mean, again, it goes to, and you never see him really publicly. I mean, he's always kind of just behind, at least from a national perspective. You never really see him talk, which, by the way, that's true of a lot of owners. You don't have to be public. But when you screw up like this, you probably ought to come out and give a mea culpa and do exactly what you pretty much just laid out. And with the NFL, you're right. The NFL is not going to readily admit that an owner basically told the coach, "Hey, look, we're good. We like not to win games this year, and I'll give you a little money on the side." I'll say one thing. Say whatever you want about him. And I know some people in Miami either feel like they should have moved on a coach, some feel they shouldn't have. Brian Flores, even though he's technically not going to win this lawsuit, he's vindicated because he was right. Like he was 100% right.
Yes.
I mean, say whatever you will about the man as a coach, whatever. I actually think he's a very good coach, but he was vindicated with yesterday's findings. And so, look, if you're the Dolphins now, the concern I have with the Dolphins is I'm a big believer, and you and I have talked about this a lot, actually. Everything starts with ownership and then runs downhill. It does in sports. It does in every aspect of business. If you have good ownership, you may go through a lull, especially in sports where it's cyclical and that happens, but you will rebrand, you will figure it out, and you will rise back to the top because that's what you do because you're smart and you can pivot and all the rest of it.
Miami Heat, bro.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we've talked
all
about
you need to see.
And Mickey Harrison. You look at the Dolphins, and that's a concern I have. Well, that team is talented. But is it going to be run correctly? Are they going to do the right things? I mean, maybe if
I think wait a minute. Here's the thing. Here's where I'm gonna tell you, football people down. They're doing the right things. It wasn't Chris Greer that wanted Watson. It wasn't Marvin Allen that wanted Watson. It wasn't Reggie McKenzie that wanted Watson. those three guys didn't want Brady. Those three guys didn't want Sean Payton. Why would they want to lose power? Because that's what would happen if you bring in Brady, if you bring in Sean Payton. So they didn't want that. This was all the periphery. This was the head coach that hated Tua because Flo was not a Tua guy. He wanted Jordan Love in the draft, and the three guys had to convince him, yo, dude, we're going with Tua, not Jordan Love. And he wanted Jordan Love. And from that moment, he didn't like Tua. So he made it impossible. So he wanted Watson. So he was bothering Watson. He was bothering the owner for Watson. And then the owner and Bruce Beal, because Beal is close to Tom Brady, they're the ones that started talking about Tom Brady. Really, I believe the football people, if you watch the football people do their thing, their trades, their transactions, their free agent signings, all of it, there's a rhyme and a reason to all of it. Every bit of it. The rhyme and the reason gets lost once you go above those guys and you start talking about the periphery with Flo wanting Watson and the ownership group going after, Brady and all that stuff. So that's where it changes. They're not allowing the football people to do their jobs.
I agree with you for the most part. I think that the football guys, I think McDaniel's a solid hire. I think Chris Greer, for the most part, is done very well in terms of building the roster out. But the question becomes, how much of that matters when you have an owner who is, and I know Jerry Jones hates this word, who's a meddler and does things that, look, hey, we all work in businesses. We all have bosses. I have bosses. Now, my bosses at Fanside are great. But if my boss at Fanside had said, hey, look, you're gonna do X because we need you to do it. I mean, unless I'm prepared to walk out the door, I've got to do it because they signed my paycheck. And so, you wonder, with Ross, I'm sure the football guys had nothing to do with Brady and Peyton. Like you said, I agree with you. Peyton, for them, that makes no sense. They don't want to do, but it doesn't matter if Stephen Ross is his right-hand man. Like, I am a Knicks fan. We've talked about this on the program, okay?
Right.
The
Same
Knicks
thing.
The Knicks have had good basketball people, but it hasn't mattered because James Dolan just decides to get involved. This whole thing right now, Donovan Mitchell, right? If James Dolan gets involved, that trade will happen in an hour because he will give away every single thing the Jazz want so they can sell Donovan Mitchell jerseys. You know how I know that he hasn't gotten involved? Because Donovan Mitchell's still in Utah. That's it. And that's what you wonder with Miami. As Miami has more success, and I think they will have more success with this team, can Ross stay out of it? Or does it become a thing where, hey, they start to become a sexy team, they're good, they're on more national games, and now Ross wants to be more a part of it? That is the deathly concern I have if I'm a Dolphins fan, is that he just gets way too involved and hurts what is going on. And he has, because now they don't have a first round pick. Well, they have one first round pick, they don't have two next year.
Yeah, no, because your fantastic front office kept setting you up down the line while improving the team with extra picks. They made that Laramie Tunsil trade grow and grow and grow like no one has, because that's what great front offices do. And now you cock block them. You know what I mean? To me, that's the part that kind of pisses me off. If it's just hey man, Reggie McKenzie comes from, he didn't deserve to get fired at Oakland.
No, he did not.
He took over after they made the Carson Palmer trade, where he had no first rounder his first year as GM and no second rounder the following year. He still ends up with Derek Carr and Khalil Mack and a really good team that ends up in the playoffs. Then he has one down year and they fire everybody and go with John Gruden. And hey, I hope you like what you got out of that. You know what I'm saying? And so I think you got the kind of front office that can even overcome this stupid ass mistake by the owner. But you can't keep overcoming these mistakes if you keep having these issues above you. So at one point or another, what you're going to end up doing is screwing up the front office that you have, and you're going to lose the good football people, and they're going to say, I can't work in this environment, bro. We do all of this, and this guy's, above us screwing us over. I'm off. I'm running. I'm getting out of here.
It's funny you mentioned the Raiders. The Raiders are a perfect example of what we're talking about right now. Al Davis became a character later in his career and later in his life. But for the first 40 years of owning that team, Al Davis was one of the more brilliant minds who's ever owned an NFL team.
Al Davis to this day is one of the 5 most important people in the history of the NFL, period.
No question. No
End of
question.
story.
I mean, right there with Paul Brown, George Hallis,
Right there.
Lamar Hunt, you
Right
name
there.
it. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And was a brilliant football mind. I mean, a guy who really would zig when others zag. There's also one of the more inclusive people ever. Art Shell being
Actually, one of the few football owners that was a real football guy.
He was a coach.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
He was a coach,
Right.
scout. He was the
Yes.
top scout in the AFL, dude. I
Yes.
mean,
He was-
he's the guy that went to the black colleges. He's
Yeah.
the guy that said, no, man, there's a ton of talent in the black colleges. Let's go. Let's go get football players. Who cares what they look like? And
Right.
and by the way, to his credit also, his organization, was always the most forward-thinking organization. They gave minorities at every level and sex an opportunity like no one else ever has. So that's the other legacy that he leaves behind too.
And yeah, I mean, ask Art Shell or Amy Trask about how forward thinking he was. Absolutely. But my point is, he obviously passes away. His son Mark Davis takes over the team, and they largely have not been able to get out of their own way. And if you notice with the Raiders, how many in the last couple of years, how many front office, like high level front office executives have quit, have resigned from that organization? That is a bizarre thing. Most people are not just walking out of jobs that are paying them millions of dollars at the NFL level. Okay. And it continues to happen. And that's why, quite honestly, it's one of the reasons anyway. I don't like the Raiders are a trendy pick. Obviously, the AFC West is a crazy division this year. I will believe in the Raiders when I actually see it happen, because for years on end, it's been, hey, they've got this star, they've got that star, but it doesn't work because there's no leadership in the building. There's never any leadership. And with Josh McDaniels, maybe it works out. Every time he has not been near Tom Brady, it has been a train wreck. Every time.
And the Cowboys are the same thing. They get cock blocked by the owner, and nobody will ever respect the Cowboy coach because you've got the owner after holding the press conference and telling you, no, we've got to use this guy, we got to run that guy, this guy. So then why do you have a coach for?
It's the same problem that Dallas has had. And Jerry Jones had Jimmy Johnson, and he fired him after 2 Super Bowls. 2 Super Bowls. And he fired him, and they won a third with Jimmy Johnson's team, and they have been utterly useless ever since. And you know what? If you are a coach there in Dallas, it is impossible to have any power, to your point, because if you're a player and you're having a dispute, you're going to go to Jerry. You're going to go right to Jerry. That's where you're going. He's the GM. He's the team president. He's the team owner. You're going to him and or Stephen Jones. That's where you're going. And so if you're a coach there, you can't run the locker room. You can't have your owner after a game going in there and talking before the coaches do. It can't happen. And I think the best organizations, they have an org chart. They know their roles. They stay in those roles, and they move forward. And that's going to be the challenge for Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross has to understand that he's the owner of the team. He is not the GM. He's not the coach. He's the owner. He's an 80-year-old man who owns a team, who has a lot of money, and that's great. Worry about putting the football people in place, which I agree with you. I think they have to a large extent, and then let them do it. And then you get all the credit. You get all the credit. If you win a Super Bowl, you get a big ring too. You get the biggest ring if you want.
You get to lift the trophy and then hand it to the coach and just step aside, bro.
That's it. Just get out of the way.
I never hear from the Hunt family.
No.
I don't hear jack shit from them.
The Roonies.
I hear from Andy Reid. I hear from Andy Reid, and then I hear from the GM every once in a while. That's how it's supposed to be. The Roonies. You don't hear anything from the Roonies at all. It's all Mike Tomlin, and then draft comes around, the GM will come around and address things like normal football teams. The Maras, they try to stay away. Obviously, they've done a pretty bad job of running the team lately, but overall, as an ownership group,
they'll be good again.
They'll be good again because
they're
the Maras. Yeah, exactly.
You look at Jeffrey Lurie in Philadelphia. You don't see Jeffrey Lurie. Like he may talk once a year. Stan Kroenke, he might talk once a year. You don't see in Seattle for years and years and years with the Allen family. You don't see them. Like
Mickey Harrison, dude. Mickey Harrison doesn't talk.
Right.
Doesn't have to talk.
There's no need. There's no need. If you're the Miami Heat, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, that's fine. Like we'll hear from them. And that's in the end, the owner should have nothing to say other than, hey, look, we're really happy with the direction of the team. We're happy with our coach. We're happy with our GM. And hey, show up at a couple press conferences every once or twice a year if a big player signs or there's some kind of a business thing going on. If you follow the Chiefs, yes, Clark Hunt talks literally at the beginning of camp once, kind of gives a State of the Union, and then usually once during the offseason. And that's
Right,
it.
yeah, the combine or,
Right.
some owners meetings or something in the offseason. Yeah, like normal owners do.
And it's more of a PR thing than it is. And, you're not going to be asking Clark Hunt about some in-depth personnel decision. He would say, well, ask Andy or ask Brett. I don't know. And I'm sure he does know, but he's not going to sit there and have a whole host of conversations about it. And look, again, for the Dolphins.
Look at the Lakers. Their ownership group is involved in like the whole, it's like a soap opera.
Yeah.
And this is why you end up having a mess, because you don't know how to hire the sports people and then get the hell out of the way, dude. Just let them do their thing. You should come back a year, 2, 3 years later and say, oh, you've done a great job. Here's an extension. You didn't do a good job. We got to make a change, and then go ahead and disappear again. That's it, man. And that's the problem that I think that now you're going to have there is you're going to have trouble if you lose these guys down the line. You're going to have trouble replacing them with quality people because they know quality people will have better options.
Well,
and that's and in the end, the money just it's all the same everywhere now, pretty much. And especially in the NFL, everybody can pay you pretty much the same, except maybe Mike Brown or something.
Yeah.
Outside of that. But most people are going to pay you pretty much the same. So it doesn't matter. You're going to have better options. And that's kind of what I'm afraid of.
Listen, now the Dolphins are nowhere near this point, but it's like with Cleveland, okay, with Jimmy Haslam. When you fire coaches over and over and over after 1 year, okay, coaches don't want to go there. Coaches don't want to deal with it. Now, he fell backwards into Kevin Stefanski, who I think actually is a very good coach. But, we've talked about this. Now, we don't know what's going to end up happening with Deshaun Watson. I know he has been recommended to be suspended for 6 games. He might end up being suspended for 6. He might get 17. He might get 12. Who knows? Roger Goodell has that power. Should know today, maybe tomorrow. Deadline's tomorrow. But you look at the Browns, and who would want to go there and feel confident that they're going to get an honest, fair shake of running the organization as a GM, doing so as a head coach? You never know what you're going to get with Jimmy and D Haslam. Look, Deshaun Watson coming in there, I would guarantee you that was a Jimmy and D Haslam situation where that was just, and look, we are going to do whatever it takes, go get this guy, spend any amount of money, and then everybody else is left to deal with the fallout of it. And by the way, it's really quite something the NFL suspended Stephen Ross one more day than Deshaun Watson. After everything that's gone on, if the suspension that Sue Robinson recommended holds, Ross actually gets 1 extra day than Deshaun Watson does.
Well, hey, listen, I think the NFL has proven you want to tamper with women, not players.
The NFL's got quite.
Beal got a year, bro. Beal got a year for tampering with a player.
Yep.
Deshaun Watson gets 6 games tampering with 66 women.
I don't know if you're Goodell how you let that 6-game ban hold. I just don't. I know, look, and I've learned covering the sport to just wait and see how things play out because you never know, and God knows their disciplinary record is spotty at best.
Oh God!
I don't know how Roger Goodell could honestly sit there and think to himself, "This is good. 6 games, that's enough."
Right.
Like and then you read Robinson's findings, and you say, "How did she come to 6 games?" Like right. I don't understand. And look. I get it. There's no criminal charges. I understand all that. There have been plenty of suspensions in the history of the NFL that didn't have criminal charges. Okay. This is 24 civil suits for sexual misconduct and or assault. Okay. This isn't 1, which by the way would be bad enough. This is 24. And one of which, by the way, is still not settled, is still going on.
And by the way, a team was also involved in helping this facilitate all of this. Okay.
It is such a horrendous look nationally for the league that I feel like Goodell almost has no choice. He's going to have to just step in and say, hey, look, we're going to suspend him for more than this. But again, I've learned with the NFL, do I think he'll step in and do it? Yes. Would I be shocked if he's playing week 7? No, I wouldn't be, because that seems to be their mode of operation. You never know what you're going to get with them, because sometimes you think, oh, it'll be a small suspension and it's big. And other times you think it's going to be huge and it's nothing. Look, I remember when a couple of years ago, Tyreek Hill had an off season where he was under investigation for potentially harming his young son. And it turned out that no charges were ever filed. He wasn't suspended. But in the very beginning, when it first came out, when it was first reported that his son allegedly broken his arm, and there was a lot of talk about, well, this is it. I mean, Kansas City, the thought was, oh, he's got to get traded. He's got to be dealt. And nothing ever came of it. Right, wrong, what otherwise. I mean, it just ended up being something where he wasn't fined $1, he wasn't suspended, nothing was charged, nothing was brought. You just don't know with these things. There's a lot of twists and turns with these types of stories. And with Watson, obviously, that there's way more going on than what was going on with Hill, in the sense he's been, sued to the hilt. But NFL's looking at 6 games right now, and I'm curious to see if they'll add on to that.
Yeah, I'm amazed how women still follow this sport. I really am, because they have zero respect for women, and it's proven over and over and over again. All right, tell them about Stacking the Box and, of course, your work there at Fansided.
Yeah, I'm currently on vacation, which is why the background behind me is different. But you'll still get Stacking the Box every Monday. I don't take that big of a vacation, so we'll do that. And then once I get back in a little over a week, Stacking the Box, the podcast, every Tuesday.
And we need some light in front of you, by the way, because you're disappearing on us because the light is behind
I know. Well, I'm in a lake house which I'm happy about this, but there are windows everywhere. So this was like the darkest spot I could possibly find. I looked everywhere. We don't have curtains. Yeah, I know. I tried to figure out.
How you look good. There you go. There you look good. When you
if I lean back, it's over.
Yeah.
But yes, Stacking the Box, the column there. So I disappeared again. Stacking the Box. Mondays, the column. Tuesdays, the podcast. You can find me on Twitter at Matt Verderame, you see on your screen. That should cover all bases.
There you go. Follow him on Twitter there at Matt Verderame. Matt, as always, I appreciate you, my brother. We will catch up next week here on our huddle on behalf of redrecover.com. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you.
It sounds good. Take care.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderame. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
Appreciate you all out there as always. Don't forget Essential Moving experts, Sean Williams, and the great people out there, man. They know how to take care of us. They can take care of you. If you are moving your home, your office from inside a town, inside a city, inside a county, from county to county, state to state, across the country, Essential Moving experts will do it for you. And tell them that Big O sent you. And Sean is a big Dolphins fan. They'll give you $150 off if you mention us. No hidden charges, flat rates. That's it. The rate they give you is the rate they're going to do it for. Moving was never so easy, folks. Over 1,600 happy customers have filed and said Essential Moving experts kick ass. Of course, they're Dolphin fans. 844-368-5750. That's 844-368-5750. Flat rates, baby. No surprise charges. Safe and efficient loading and unloading practices at all times. Call Sean Williams and the great people at essentialmovingexperts.com and tell them that Big O sent you. They will definitely take care of you. Essential Moving Experts. Appreciate all of you out there as always. All right, what else do we have here? Week 7, the weirdo is going to get sandwiched between Phillips and Wilkins. The weirdo may like that, though. I don't know who the weirdo is. Week 7, who do they play? I don't know. You guys must be on a... Dougie Fresh says, damn, Matt brought it. I noticed how he knows his history, too. Oh, you truly have the best Finns coverage out there and in the interwebs. Yes. Now, but Matt is really general NFL. You know what I mean? So that's kind of why Matt's here. It's also general NFL, not just Dolphins with him. We'll get his thoughts on what he sees from the Dolphins from 30,000 feet. But definitely it's all good, man. And we love Matt's insight. Jonathan Cagle says, hit that like button, baby, and support the best sports show. That is very nice of you, Jonathan. Very nice of you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And I thought Kurt Heelan did a great job in his debut of Inside the Paint with Ira Winderman, and I like the local and national angle of it now with the two insiders. That's good. And listen, nothing against Clay. Love Clay. And hopefully we'll be able to bring Clay back onto the platform doing something else. Rosendo, RIP to Vince Scully from the Dodgers. No doubt, man. So Scully passes away at the age of 94. The Picasso of broadcasters. That's basically what it is. If you're a baseball fan, nobody could paint a picture like Vince Scully. The description was second to none. The voice was iconic. The man is a legend, and you felt honored to listen to a baseball game narrated by Vince Scully. It felt like it was an honor every moment you got to listen to Scully. It felt like you were listening to live history every time you listened to Scully. Because if you listen to for 9 innings, you're going to hear stories and anecdotes and history lessons and things that you're going to learn about baseball. Scully, there'll be no other Vince Scully ever again. I don't believe there is an announcer in the history of pro sports that is not just connected to its local fan base or its general fan base, because the Dodger fan base is all over the world. But here's a guy, I'm not a Dodger fan, but I'm the guy that says, I will listen to any Dodger game if Vince Scully is calling it, and I will enjoy it because of Scully. You know, it's just one of those things. Rarely do we say broadcasters make a difference in a broadcast, right? Oh, who cares whoever they put on Monday Night Football and Thursday night and Sunday? And you're right. Who cares? It's about the game. Not when Vince Scully was calling it. No. Whatever game Vince Scully called, that game took on just a little extra significance. Because if you told somebody the next day, yeah, I listened to the Dodger game, I was listening to Scully, and they're like, their faces light up. Oh, man, isn't he awesome? Because you knew it was your honor. It was your pleasure. You were the fortunate one. They were giving you a gift every time that man called a game. Every single time he calls a game, you're the one that's being honored right there at that moment. You're the one that's being blessed at that moment. And we no longer will be blessed by the greatest voice in sports ever, period. Rest in peace, Vince Scully. He lived 94 years and nearly 70 of them calling the game of baseball. And I was honored, and I got to meet him, got to shake hands with him, got to talk to him for a few minutes. I remember when we got the Marlins and the first time the Dodgers were coming, it was just one of those things. Oh, shit, Scully's coming. Maybe I can interview him. Maybe I can talk to him. Maybe I can be close to him for a second just to meet the man. That's Vince Scully. Anybody that loves baseball, no matter what team you love, I don't know, maybe the Giants fans who are, I don't know, they're kind of crazy about the Dodger stuff and that hatred there, but I think everybody has to love Vince Scully. Rest in peace, Vin. And thank you for making my baseball experience, better. All right, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. And we love the great people at Welt and Rayom. We've been telling you about Jeff Welt and Daniel Rayom for a while now, folks, and they do so much. That's why I always tell you, go out there, check it out. If you need a law office right now, you got an insurance company pushing you around, maybe you had some kind of property damage, condo damage, personal injury. Maybe you need some business owner claims. Call the folks at Welt and Rayom. They will take care of you. They do it all. Bankruptcy, homeowner property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury. WRFLAlaw.com is the website. But here's the number. 954-966-4646. You need the company that's going to bring those insurance. You need the law firm that's going to bring those insurance companies to its knees. You call Welt and Rayom. They've been at this for over 20 years. They've got offices in Hollywood, and they're ready to serve you here in South Florida. Welt and Rayom, 954-966-4646. And make sure you tell them that Big O sent you. I promise you, they will take care of you. Welt and Rayom. Boy, I see the bots are back. Huh? Boy. Tell you. And bots are all over the place. Rosendo says, still remember his play call by Kirk Gibson, World Series pinch hit home run, 88 against the Giants, against the A's. Yep. I remember that one too. What are your top 5 sports broadcasters of all time in any sport? God. That's tough, man. Obviously, Scully's number one, and it's not even close. Love John Miller. I think he does an absolutely phenomenal job. And Howard Cosell would be the other one. I do love Kevin Harlan nowadays. And I'll give you Gus Johnson. All right, to give you 2 modern guys and go with 3 classic guys. Okay? There you go. There's 5. Probably can come up with others, but that was like a quick list for you. Let's see. Big O, as Sean says, oh, yes, by the way, we do have some practice notes from Sean is over at practice and is filling us in. Tua has the orange jersey. Hawaii Aloha was the first song. Tyreek and Chase are not practicing. Load management. Teron Armstead is also load management. Let's see. Cedric Wilson beat Noah on one-on-ones. DBs win in the one-on-ones. Trill Williams landed awkwardly on a hand, but seems to be okay. Preston Williams, 2 pass routes. No separation against backup DBs. And that's it. There you go. So you got it right there. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have here? And Egwavon, by the way, has been thumping in the run game also. Okay, so we've got, those are some of the notes coming from Dolphins camp. All righty. There you go. Tomorrow we're going to be at Hialeah Park, rocking and rolling at 10 a.m. All right. Friday we'll be out at Dolphins camp. So Friday we will be in the afternoon at 3 o'clock. When we go to Dolphins camp in the morning, we then do an afternoon show at 3 o'clock, and that's what we'll do today. We'll do that. That's what we'll do on Friday. We'll do a 3 o'clock show. And Saturday, I'm also going to practice. Sean is there every day, and he's getting the video and getting us the information, as you can see, from practice. But he's also putting up the videos, too, on both Big O Show Radio Cuts and Big O Radio Show, the one you're on right now. And please make sure you go and like and subscribe. Please subscribe to Big O Show Cuts. Search for it on YouTube. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible for that one. So please help us out with Big O Show Cuts. All right. That is very important. Brett Campbell says, morning, Big O. Who do you think makes the biggest improvement on offense? Has to be someone who on the team last year to show it was the coaching. Easy. Austin Jackson. Okay. I'll go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Austin Jackson will be a better player under these guys. He had his best practice I have ever seen him yesterday. He played well yesterday. I'm going to go Austin Jackson. I'm going to go deep. I'm going to make it as difficult as possible, because if they can make Austin Jackson play well, I'm not telling you dominate and become Pro Bowl or anything, but play well, be a good, solid right tackle overall, then it'll prove that it was all coaching and it wasn't the players. Austin Jackson would be the perfect guy. I'm going to go out on a limb and tell you Austin Jackson will be the guy that plays much better this year than he ever has in a Dolphin uniform. Year 3 will be a difference maker for him. Okay. G. Reed says, great show. It's breaking up the monotony at work. Agree with you. Stephen Ross is a clown. Robert Montgomery has Marv Albert. There you go. You know, I should include Marv Albert, because if not, then he'll try to bite me. So, you know, we all should. This is Howard Cosell, says Mob Rules. Howard Cosell. We all love Howard Cosell. Let me go get you some Howard Cosell drops, because we have some classic drops from Howard Cosell. Where are you, Cosell? Where are your drops here? Come on. These aren't the ones. Oh man. There we go. You guys want some classic stuff from Howard Cosell? Those of you that don't know much about Howard Cosell, well,
don't touch me. I'll beat your brains out.
That's right, baby. Yep.
Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier!
Once our industry debased itself by taking men and making announcers of them merely because they played the game, they were frustrating the very young people I've been talking about. You go to campus after campus and you face the same question everywhere you go. A brilliant youngster gets up. You find out about his grades later. A, what does he do? He runs the newspaper on campus. He runs the radio station on campus. He appears on television locally. He's taking courses in journalism and communications. He's an A student. He's doing everything right and in the American way. And now he wants to go along and be a Howard Cosell. How does he do it? What he has to do is play second base for somebody, or shortstop for somebody, or left halfback for somebody, and have no qualifications. Then he can do it.
And not a goddamn thing has changed since he said that 50 years ago. They still put former jocks who have no business in a booth or on an analyst or whatever out there over people that can actually do it.
I took them all on and left them for dead.
That's right. Howard Cosell.
I'll tell it like it is.
That's right. That's where he's at.
Nobody ever put the quietus on me or tried.
That's right. I can kind of say the same thing. You ain't gonna put the quietus on my ass. That's for damn sure.
How did the American people allow themselves to get into a state of mind where the only occupation in America where a man didn't have to be professionally prepared would be sports announcer? Where a man totally untrained in communications, with no noticeable ability verbally to spontaneously deliver, could begin at the top. How did this happen? It happened because of the failure of communications in both broadcast and in print.
Yep. It's just a failure to communicate. That's what it is. It's a failure to communicate. And I've been communicating to you guys out there that Edge energy drink is the finest energy drink on the planet. You get a nice boost. It's delicious. It's smooth. Zero aftertaste. Only 78 calories. And make sure you use our code Big O. You will get 10% off. You can't get it at stores. You want to try the greatest energy drink on the planet. It is absolutely awesome. But why don't you do it with 10% off? Use our code Big O. Go to myedgedrink.com. myedgedrink.com. And use our code Big O. Get 10% off. I tweeted this out and kind of feel I for those of you that follow the show for a while, I've been telling you about this for a while. And I was one of the I really wanted to leave QAM, and I was incredibly happy when they let me go. And one of the things that I've told you many times over is that radio is dying. And I was glad that I was leaving because eventually Odyssey will be filing for bankruptcy. And radio's gonna be dying and changing drastically. Odyssey faces bankruptcy next year. David Field is announcing Odyssey's second quarter results Friday, hoping to bury the company's decrease in revenue and another increase in debt. But even with the talk about buying yet another inconsequential podcast company, Wall Street is expecting Odyssey to file for Chapter 11 next year. Odyssey can barely meet its debt obligations right now, and with what the company earns each quarter, their reserves of operating cash is below $40 million, and time is not on their side. What this means for Odyssey stations and personnel, more cutbacks between now and the time that they file, because cutting operating expenses is the only way to impact the bottom line quickly. And they will do the same thing that CBS did when they sold it to Intercom. Intercom became Odyssey. They started to fire all kinds of people. Like they fired my producer, Brandon Rodriguez. He was under salary, and he was a great producer, did a great job. Great guy, man. Really, one of the hardest working people I have ever been around is Brandon Rodriguez. He reminds me a lot of Sean Stanley when it comes to the work ethic. And constantly treated like shit, whether it was 640. I was able to get him a salary at QAM, but then the salary became a detriment. And so I remember they fired Shay from Hawk Show. They fired JT Wilcox. They fired what's it called? Curtis. They fired a whole bunch of people. They started just wiping people out for no reason at all because they're poorly managed. You know what I'm saying? And you see it, and I saw it, and I could see digital where it's going. You know what I mean? And I got to tell you, that was the happiest day of my life. I kind of wanted to get fired anyways because I knew I could do this and I could stand on my own 2 feet. But it's this is the business that we chose. So don't get into newspapers. For you youngins out there that get into broadcast, I remember I talked to a young person a couple months ago, and I told him, whatever you do, don't go to radio. He's like, well, why? And I go, you got to go digital. Go work for a digital platform. This is what I was trying to do at Onside. This is right here. This is telling you. QAM and 7, they're going to disappear. One of them will probably end up staying as a satellite in sports station. They'll just pipe in national shit. It'll be very little local, and teams will probably end up on FM stations, if anything, and it's going to change drastically. There's no money in it. That's why we're killing them. We have a bigger budget than they do, and we just started this over a year, and we have a bigger budget than they do. Okay. I mean, it's like there's no competition over there. Nothing. It's a shell of what it used to be because you put no money into it. Oh, I hope the people over there that are working there are finding out and plan accordingly. Get ahead of it. It's a lot of times in life, you have to kind of notice the writing on the wall, and you better be ahead of what's going on. I tell you all the time with crypto, fight it all you want. That's fine with me. 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now, when it's mass adoption, it's all over the place, you'll remember all of our conversations. And that's the same way I felt a couple of years ago. I said, this business is changing. They're just, I watched them fire all kinds of people. I said, this is not the place I want to be. And I certainly don't want to work for a clown that doesn't know anything about this business or our town. So, that was so good, to be quite honest. And I saw that news yesterday and just terrible, man. Terrible. Video killed the radio star? No, platforms have killed the radio star. First newspapers, radio is now dying, TV's next. Local TV will suffer major now. Why? Because we don't watch TV anymore normally like we used to. We certainly don't even listen to radio anymore like we used to. Not even close. Okay? It's older people that are still kind of, people over 40 might still be listening to radio. And even those people are adjusting to the digital world. Under 40, they don't listen to radio anymore, man. They just don't listen to radio. It's a dying medium. And that's why I'm not surprised at what's gone on. Let's see. It was before my time, but I always loved the "Down Goes Frazier" line. Yes, that's a great line. Remember in 1980, he made the announcement with John Lennon. Yes. Let me see if I have it. I actually might have that announcement of him making the John Lennon one. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have it. It's one of those that gets you, it hits you when you hear it and you feel it. Those of us that are, Beatles and Beatles and John Lennon fans, and we lived that moment. Okay, that is really the whole thing. I do have it, and let me play it for you right now.
An unspeakable tragedy confirmed to us by ABC News in New York City. John Lennon, outside of his apartment building on the west side of New York City, the most famous perhaps of all of the Beatles, shot twice in the back, rushed to Roosevelt Hospital, dead on arrival.
That dead on arrival. That thing shakes you, brother. When you hear that, dead on arrival. Man. You're like sitting there going, huh? What? And the world stopped for John Lennon for a couple days. It was, because at that time, the Beatles still, they're recently broken up. It's not even a decade of them breaking up. So it's still enormous at that point. You know what I mean? It's still, there was always that talk of maybe a reunion and all that. And then once John Lennon, forget about it. It was over. And yeah, that was a big, big, big moment in our lives when that happened there. Miami Breaker says, I use YouTube all day. My TV never gets turned on except when there's a football or basketball game. And soon enough, you won't even need that, because you'll be going on your TV to a platform to watch those games. Because you notice, right? Apple's getting them, Amazon's getting them, all that. Even TV is dying. Like newspapers already dead. The few newspapers that are left are, as I've said before, and I would tell the Sun Sentinel people, you had the right idea several years ago when you were doing your own newscast and everything. That was your niche. You could have set up sports and you could have taken down QAM and 790 on your own. That's what I wanted to do with Jorge Mas, is build a digital. But this is now. I was way ahead of this. But, you need support to do things. You can't, you need people above you that are going to help you in doing this. I can put together the product, but I need help on the business end and everything. It takes a lot of people. It's not an easy thing, but we need it. Anybody that's got money, I told a buddy of mine yesterday, I sent them that. I said, look, that opens it up even more. Anybody that's got money that can afford to invest and have patience, you could build a monster digital sports platform here in South Florida that covers all the local teams. You can have reporters, you can have writers. You could steal writers from the newspapers that are currently left to cover the teams for you. You can become an entire source. I'm giving somebody with money an idea that they can make, not only make money, but fill an enormous niche we need in South Florida. You know what I mean? I don't know how I could think about it and nobody else does. It's baffling. And let me tell you something. If I had the kind of money, I would do it two ways. I would do it in English and Spanish back to back in one building. Because I know I could do it, because this is the town that you should be able to do it. And then you do it kind of Spanglish. So that way you could get people all over the country listening to that. All sports kind of Spanglish, and then another all sports English, of course. I know what I mean? But what can I tell you, man? It sucks. And listen, I bet you run into it in your business. You have people that are your bosses and they've never done your job. Isn't that funny? It's effing hilarious. I was one time at QAM where they put a salesperson to be the program director. Do you know what a disaster that was? I've never met a salesperson that actually would get it, that they could put a radio station together, put it that way. Because most salespeople are fans. And if you're a fan, it's hard for you to really put a legitimate sports station objectively together. You know what I mean? And that was a disaster. That's the kind of shit and I'm sure it goes on in a bunch of your walks of life. I'm sure you guys have worked for bosses that never did your job, and yet they're trying to tell you how to do your job. And it's like, dude, you got the job because of whatever, your family member, your friend, whatever, some politic. You're above me because of that, not because you know more than I do, not because you've ever done my job. I'm sure a ton of you have run into that. You know? I bet. Let's see, what else do we have? Some wins for the offense, but defense has looked good today. Some high snaps still from Waddle and No Hill, wide receivers, as much separation. Holland and Waddle are back as punt returners. Gesicki was in for the first play, then he was not used. They alternated everybody else. Seems like maintenance day for veterans being used sparingly. And Cedric Wilson Jr. is back in punt return now also. So Sean, reporter Stanley, giving us the information at Dolphins camp. How about that? So you get your info from Dolphins camp. You're going to get all the videos. You're going to get all the insight. You're going to get all the insiders. Really, is there another place that Dolphin fans really need to get all they need? Nah, right here, baby. Right here. Big O, where were you when 9/11 happened? What was your initial reaction? Oh, well, I mean, that's a whole different subject. I'm just disgusted, and that was just one of those where that blew us all away. Pena says, wow, I can't believe we are 10 days away from our first preseason game. Football is almost here, folks. Go Dolphins. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Thank you, Papa. Appreciate you. Dubs McZ says, a Spanish Dolphins YouTube broadcast would be sneaky popular. So many people in Mexico, Spain watch the NFL. We also know local Spanish sports broadcasting is garbaggio. Oh, yeah, local sports. The only time local sports Spanish broadcasting was any good was Radio Acción back in 1991. Jerry Del Castillo, George Cardona, myself, Joe Pujala, Tony Perez. Yes, the Tony Perez. Who else did we have on that station? We had, oh God. and a couple of other people. But anyway, we were an Americanized Spanish sports talk station. We didn't just talk soccer and boxing and baseball, which is so lame. It's so outdated. And this was the early 90s. Again, way ahead of our time. We were talking Dolphins. We were talking NFL. We were talking Miami Heat. We had the Miami Heat broadcast. We had the Dolphins broadcast. All of that stuff. Okay? Bro, we had Cantor on, the soccer guy, and Jesse Losada. So we had the soccer guys, and then we had the Americanized sports. That's how you got to do it. Nobody's done it. Nobody's ever put a modern-like Spanish talk, sports talk station ever together. Yeah. And then now, obviously, we need it on the English side badly. It's what I was trying to do at Onside. Unfortunately, I can't carry everything, dude. I'm no Neil Rogers or Howard Stern or some, monster like that. That's not me. That'll never be me. I need help, and unfortunately. But hey, listen, if you happen to know any millionaires out there that are, looking to build a business, have them call me. Have them reach out to my business line at 786-754-4664. All right? And we'll kick that ass. Miami Breaker says, sorry if I missed this earlier. Any word on Phillips' status? He left yesterday. No, Phillips is fine. I saw him yesterday. He was fine. He played yesterday. Practiced. Let's see. Big O, saw you in the media selfie with Coach McDaniel. What a breath of fresh air. It's what the team has needed. Go Fins. I agree. More bots, bro. These bots, man, they love us. Anybody have any idea why? Do they realize the movement on certain shows and then they want to go after it or something? What's the deal? I don't get that. Oh, if Lennon did not die, what would have been the bigger reunion concert? The Beatles or Zeppelin? Oh, Beatles, for sure. Not even close, by the way. You do know that, right? The Led Zeppelin does not transcend all kinds of generations and all kinds of people. Hey Jude transcends all kinds of people that they don't even have to like rock, but they'll like Hey Jude. You understand what I'm saying? The Beatles' music is the kind of music that will transcend more generations, a more variety of people. Led Zeppelin is going to be people that like hard rock. Period. I know everybody knows Stairway to Heaven, but that's not going to get you to go see Led Zeppelin. But the Beatles have 30 songs that are, anybody can like them. And that's why it's not even a discussion. There would have never been a bigger reunion in the history of music, period, than the Beatles. Not even close. Because more people nowadays gravitate to the Beatles than they do Led Zeppelin. Less people gravitate. I'm not telling you that the Beatles are better than Led Zeppelin. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the Beatles have a much bigger fan base than almost any band in the history of time. And their music is so simple that it's something that can just relate to a lot of people. So it's not even close. They keep coming because you promote them during the Omar Kelly segment. There we go. That's what it is. I got you. SNL's Lorne Michaels offered the Beatles $3,000 to reunite for 2 to 3 songs. That's 3,000 or 3 million. 3,000 is nothing. If world music was an actual music genre, I say the Beatles are exactly that, world music. Yeah, I would go with that. Mob Rule says, I listen to far more Led Zeppelin than I do the Beatles music, classic rock stations. Yeah, Mob Rule, but you just, hell, Mob Rule, are you like a Black Sabbath guy? You see what I'm saying? If you're a hard rock fan, then yeah, you're not going to listen to the Beatles. I listen to more Zeppelin than Beatles myself, but I'm a harder guy. I love hard rock. I love metal. So, of course, I'm going to gravitate a little bit more to Zeppelin than the Beatles. But you're not the average person, Mob, and neither am I. I'm telling you, the average person, it's not even a discussion. There's nothing. It's a horse race that the Beatles finished and Led Zeppelin's still turning in the second turn. That's how slow they are, and that's how fast. Yeah, because the horse beat the rabbit that the dogs were chasing. Okay? That's the Beatles. It's not even close. Not even close. Big, are you going to Greta at the Hard Rock? Yes, sir. I'm going to Greta at the Hard Rock, and then I'm going over to, on the West Coast, it's over at that arena in the Hertz Arena, I think it is, right? There. I'm going that one. So I'm going to back. I want to go to the other one, but I can't because of conflicts. But I'm going to 2 of the 3 Greta concerts. The last time they were here, I went to all 3. And Bill was here. Rest in peace, buddy. I miss you still, man. Miss you every day, man. I went with Bill to the Miami concert. We went to the Jacksonville concert. And then we went to the Orlando concert. And by the way, the Orlando, what's that called? Amphitheater there. That's a cool little place. And very impressed with the Orlando fans. I'm sure people came from other places like me, but a lot of them knew the words to most of the songs. I was really impressed with the Greta group in Orlando. I was very, very impressed. Very cool. So last time Greta Van Fleet came, I saw all 3. This time I'm only going to see 2 of the 3 concerts. And let me see. The 2 at Red Rocks, the 1 at Rockville, the 1 with Metallica. What else am I missing? I think I'm missing so I've already seen them at least 6 times, maybe 7. I don't know why I'm missing 1. So this will be my 8th and 9th time that I've seen Greta. And they're a young band. Love them. Love them. I'm an enormous Greta Van Fleet fan. Rosendo says $3,000 in 76. That's $150,000 in today's world. And for the Beatles, that's not a lot of money. Big O, once Tua shuts up all the haters this year, they're going to make excuses that now he has the weapons and O-line. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, we've talked about that. We have talked about that. You are correct, sir. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Let me rest the voice here. Give me 2 minutes before we can start hour number 3 of the program right here.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. Sports Grill. Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
What? Oh, look.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're gonna run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Numero 3 of the program. Hope you all are doing well out there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's actually hour number 4, maybe 5, because I really started in the 8 o'clock hour, so it's a short hour. Then it's the 9 o'clock hour, that's 2. Then the 10 o'clock hour, that's 3. Then the 11 o'clock hour, that's 4. Then the 12 o'clock hour, that's 5. So really, we're in hour number 5. I talked to Craig Mish. He's going to join us at 12:30. So we'll get him in there. Dolphins camp. Got some notes to share with you. Let me see what we got here. Latest thing. Preston Williams, by the way, is being worked on the punt team, maybe for just for a body, but he's out there. All right. So there you go. I don't buy him as a punt returner anyways. I don't think that that's the place for Preston Williams. And we talked about it yesterday. What Preston Williams has to do is he has to grow up. And that's the part he doesn't get. And I don't know if he's going to get it. For me, he basically got himself cut by complaining. And that press conference yesterday was an embarrassment. And we have that press conference, and you can check it out there on our YouTube channel. But, bottom line is he's not the kind of guy that has got the commitment you need in order, to succeed at this level. At the market, by the way, crypto market, that is, because that's what I worry about right now. Bitcoin is up just over 1%. It's in the 23,000 range, 23,400. So it has held pretty damn strong. So has Ethereum. It's at just under 1,700, so it's holding. Good buying for some of you out there that have never been at it. The one I'm impressed with right now is VeChain making a move and went over 3 cents now. It's up 8%, so it is making a push. Those of us that have loaded up on VeChain in the 2 cent area, yeah, baby. Man, I got a lot of VeChain in the 2 cent area to lower my price, but that is pretty good. So we've got some things moving. ApeCoin has been moving. It's over $7 right now. It's close to 8% up. That's another one that's moving really, really well right now. But the market is green, man. Immutable X, which I love, is up to $1.11. Those of us that took advantage when it was in the 80-cent range and stuff, you are loving it right now watching Immutable X bouncing back. So there's a lot of good news going on, except for the Solana folks. They must be going through a rough time right now because those folks that had their wallets hacked, tough, man. Solana's had so many issues. It really is crazy how Solana constantly has issues and they're so unreliable. I remember there was a listener that was like, hey, I got into Solana and it was on its rising. And I was like, damn, I wish you would have waited for a dip, dude. Never buy anything that's going parabolic, ever. Sit back, wait. If it doesn't drop again, then don't get on the ride because you chose you waited too long to get on the ride. If you didn't get on the ride at the right time, and that's why I tell you guys that you have to take advantage of the dip. So Joe Shad says Tua's arm is stronger. There, I said it. Let me tweet back to him. Okay. I put back A+ strong. Here's the problem that we have with all of this, ladies and gentlemen. There's no patience. The guy is coming off a hip surgery. Miraculously, in late November, he has surgery, and somehow or another, he's ready for camp and ready for the season in September, which I never expected him to do that. I didn't even want him to do that. Anybody that watched this, I wanted him to sit out the whole year and get healthy. I have time. I have no problem with this. But they threw him out there because obviously Flo wanted to, sabotage his ass and all that. So he's not going to be healthy. And then he doesn't have the help around him, no running game, no offensive line. People don't want to realize that. The coaching is terrible. I tried to explain it to a lot of you at the beginning of last year. Hey, coaching is the problem for the Miami Dolphins, not the talent. That's why I picked Austin Jackson, just to really rub it into some of you out there, because I don't believe these linemen are that bad. I do not believe that. I believe there's better coaches now that will better prepare them. And you'll see. And this is the problem. You don't take into the account the injury. You don't take into account that he's working with a quarterback's coach that has no experience, offensive coordinators that have no experience, offensive line coach that has no experience, and a whole bunch of offensive linemen that have no experience, and no impactful running game, and a head coach that can't build an offensive staff. But you expect Tua to go out there and carry everything else, and he's still not 100%. So what did you think? Did you think he was going to be 100% in September coming off a surgery the November prior to that? Did you really think he was going to be healthy last year? No, it's going to take him a while to get his base back. And then it's going to take him also an offensive coach that understands his talents, his skill set, so we can then design the offense to fit your style, your skill set. And the problem is, whether it's media, whether it's my man Joe Shad with arm strength, all this, or some of you, oh, he's not 6'5". Oh, he doesn't throw it out of the stadium. Oh, he can't do this. There's a lot of quarterbacks that can't do some of the things that these big quarterbacks can do. Doesn't mean that they're winners, by the way. That's the other thing they kind of leave out. But now he has structure. Now he has support. Now he has weapons. Now he has experienced play callers, experienced offensive line coaches, experienced QB coach, a guy that's worked with Hall of Fame quarterbacks, not quarterback, quarterbacks. Okay. So now things have changed. And so all of a sudden you walk out there and you see a different Tua. Well, if you use a little common sense, there's a reason why there's a different Tua. There's a different Tua because now he has a lot of what he had in Alabama. Structure. He has real coaches. He has talent around him. He's not going to carry you by himself. Nobody carries you by themselves in football. It's football. It's a team sport. So, yes, I know he's healthier than he's ever been because the more distance he gets away from hip surgery, which most of us couldn't even go to work, and we're asking this guy to take on the Rams and get slammed by Michael Brockers 10 months after surgery. But nobody takes that into account. So now starts the, oh, he looks stronger. Oh, he looks more comfortable. Oh, he's sharper now. Oh, he looks like he's having success now. It must not be him. Now let's just credit everybody else and not him. That's what goes on here. Kids never given the benefit of the doubt. People don't look around the entire equation. You know what I mean? 2 plus nothing doesn't equal 4. You got to see the other things so you can get to that equation and say, okay, this is how we got to 4. Problem is you can't get to 4 because you don't have the other parts of the equation. And that's been the problem. And everybody leaves all of that out. Oh, no, those are excuses. No, they're facts. The facts are you had the 3 fucking stooges calling plays every 40 seconds. The facts are you had a quarterbacks coach that only knew him from 7-on-7s in high school. Never did it in the NFL. The facts are you got a head coach that can't build a goddamn offensive staff. The facts are you got a head coach that constantly cock blocks your front office and says, no, why would we need Eric Flowers? He's experienced. He's better than some of our young guys. No, our young guys will be fine. No, Jesse Davis is a good right tackle. Only Flo and Omar Kelly thought Jesse Davis was a good right tackle. Those aren't excuses. Those are facts. But the problem is, since you hate, disbelieve, don't think Tua's the guy, whatever narrative you want that you've spun it, you need to back up your claim. So you'll throw it on the kid and we'll leave the facts out. I get it. You don't want to take the L, but eventually most of you will take the L and you will have to take the L and live with it. After all the crap that you talked about Tua, you will be dead wrong. He will be a hell of a player for this team, and you will figure out that the quarterback position doesn't have to look 6'5", doesn't have to have an arm that goes out of the stadium because Joe Montana couldn't do that. Okay? And neither could Drew Brees, and neither can Fran Tarkenton, and neither could Roger Staubach. And I could go on and on and on. Successful quarterbacks that weren't necessarily built like Ben Roethlisberger or Justin Herbert or Achilles Smith or Vince Young or whatever, or even Michael Vick, who can run like a deer, flick it 70 yards, but he had no idea where it was going. That's the problem. Too many of you play too many video games. You listen to all the wrong people, and you're judging quarterbacks by the wrong way. It's, can they win? Do they know how to win? Can they read defenses? Can they lead? It's not about, of course, you have to have a certain amount of physical ability, and it's common sense. He has more than enough physical ability to play this damn game at this level. It's too much of this shit that goes on. And now, slowly but surely, the onion's being unpeeled, okay? And your ass is going to have to start cutting it and crying. Because now you're going to realize, oh, I was wrong. That's right. I had no offensive coordinators and no running. I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. That's what's going to happen. Take the L. 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rheum text line. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rheum text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. That, my friends, is a 24-hour talk show there on Twitter. And by the way, if you are locked out of your home, locked out of your car, I want you to call the great people at alennylocksmith.com or at alennylocksmith, also on Twitter. You can do it there. They do a fantastic job. Not only can they redo your house keys, or maybe you need some spare keys. You need to stash an extra key somewhere. Your car keys. Maybe you need an extra pair of keys. They also program the keys. So if your car key needs to be programmed, they can do that also for you. So whether you're locked out, you need a spare key, you need a locksmith that you can count on from Miami through Port St. Lucie. By the way, we also have offices in Tampa and Orlando and in Phoenix, Arizona. So if we have listeners in that area too, A. Lenny Locksmith, check it out in your area and tell them that Big O sent you, man. They're great people. They will take care of you. A. Lenny Locksmith. Getting it done. That's what I love. All right, let me see what we got here. We got anything new here to do Preston Williams, and we got that. Let me see if there's anything else from the great Sean Stanley here. Here we go. Gesicki is working goal line. How about that? All right. So Gesicki work, and I did notice that at times they have him more on the line than offline. They want him to block more. They want to get his nose dirty in the blocking. If you go out to practice, check it out. He's not always away from the line anymore. They've got him in line with their right next to the line and having to do some blocking. So they are going to try to get, if you're going to re-sign Gesicki and give him a long-term contract, he has to do the things you need. And in this offense, the tight end must block. Receivers must block. Everybody must block in this offense. That's kind of, normally in every offense, that's how it is. But sometimes the receiver isn't that big of a deal, and sometimes you can play with tight ends that are more pass catchers, not really blockers. That happens a lot in this league. But in this case, with this offense and this coach, he wants his tight end to be able to block more. And that's why you'll see Hunter Long out there too, because they're going to get him involved since he's known more as a blocker. Well, then let's see, kid, can you also become a pass catcher like what we need? And can you block like what we need? Because this is not their guy either. But they've got to find out about both of them. And if they're not going to re-sign Gesicki, which losing the first and third rounders made me think even more about Gesicki, that if you can trade Gesicki, somebody loses a tight end during the year and they're a contender, do you do that to try to get back a pick or something? Who knows? Or do you let him walk out, and then when he signs a new deal, you will get a compensatory pick, maybe a third or fourth rounder? We'll see. But it is interesting to watch when you go to practice that you'll see Gesicki more along, more closer to the line than away from the line. And they want him to get in that mix. I'm a freaking 2-and-on. Since I saw him throw the game-winning TD pass in the championship game, Miami drafted him, and I lost my mind with excitement. Now I don't even know how to act. That's what Big Rig says. Oh, can we get a bag of footballs for Preston in a trade? Yeah, no, I doubt that. I doubt you can get anything for Preston Williams. Preston Williams will get cut. It's just not worth it, man. That's the thing. Just not worth it. That's all. That's all I can tell you. All right, if you want to get in on the program, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Craig Mish is going to join us on the other side. We'll talk a little Marlins and MLB next.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Time to step in the batter's box with one of the best insiders covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins, Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welt and Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation. 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLAlaw.com. Here's insider Craig Mish.
Is breaking news and covering the Marlins. That's what he does. His name is Craig Mish. First of all, how are you doing, my man? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Always this time of the year is interesting, fun.
So you go to LA for the All-Star game, and a week later we lose Vin Scully, man. How about that?
I know. Yeah. Actually,
I was just talking about this, how when you listen to him, you know how we always talk about, dude, who cares about who the announcer is on Monday night or Sunday night, or you cared about Vin Scully? The few times that you could ever say in the history of all of pro sports, the broadcaster matters. His name is Vin Scully, because whenever you turned on a radio, and I've been on the West Coast and I've turned on the radio to listen to Scully, or on television, or even when I was covering the Marlins back in the day and he would come every once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
It was just like it was an honor. It was just one of those, you're like, I just met God, it was just one of those things. Very few times can you say the broadcaster matters. That's Vin Scully.
You're right. He, that I mentioned that, I think, on social media. But yeah, when in the old stadium, you got to remember the Marlins started back in 1993, and
right.
and Vin Scully from 93 probably through about 2000 and maybe 6 or 5, maybe 7, maybe a little longer than that, maybe 10, was on their trips. He was on their trip, and then he stopped coming at some point and still went on their trips, but didn't go far east. But what he did do is, even when he stopped doing that, the team still, they trained for a while still in Vero Beach. I don't remember through when, maybe 5, 6, 7. And he would fly in and do a couple of spring training games. And those spring training games I would go to. And one year, I'll never forget, one year after, this was when John Bowles, the former Marlins manager, he was working for the Dodgers. I was gonna go see, I would go see John Bowles when he was with the Dodgers. So I would bring my family, whatever, we would all go. And Vin Scully would come down out of the press box after the game. There would be, Orlando, at least 100 people lined up out of the press box. And he would stop and take pictures and sign with every single person. I mean, it literally was at least an hour of doing it. He was just, the best in business.
John Bowles, the man that looked like he was on cocaine every second of his life. God bless. I mean, seriously, it was like, yo, John, where's Montana? Where'd you leave Tony? I mean, come on. And
He
what
had a physical issue, man.
I know, but what a nice man too. What a nice man. What a great dude. But he did look like he
I
was
haven't
completely-
heard from him in a long time. I gotta
Yeah.
see
Yeah.
what's going on with him.
Yeah, but those eyes, bro, those things were like headlights. All right. You predicted it. You said it. Why should they be buyers? It's not really worth it. And exactly, they weren't buyers. But it's almost like they're not buyers, but then it's also the fan base going, were you ever going to be buyers? Are you really? Because nobody believes Sherman is willing to spend. You know what I mean? And so I don't know how to look at this. It's one of those where, and I get it. They shouldn't be buyers. You'd have to buy so much for them to become competitive. It would be kind of crazy. So walk us through the decisions.
All right. Well, I'll tackle the first subject and then I'll get to the decisions. So, again, what you're saying is accurate that they shouldn't be buyers.
Right.
But
well, you said it, not me.
Right.
You're
I knew
accurate.
I knew that this was going to be. I mean, I watch the team every day. So, but again, they are still 29th in attendance. I personally don't think had they spent another $100 million this offseason on Castellanos or anyone else, that would have changed. The key is, and it always will be here, I don't think that this will change. If they're going to give a player, Orlando, a 4-year, $55 million contract, the player has to be good. The player has to be good. If they're going to give a 3-year contract for $36 million in the same offseason, which they did last year, the player has to be good. They gave 2 players that money. Am I trying to pretend the Marlins are going to spend like the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Phillies, the Dodgers, the Padres?
No, nobody's
Never.
expecting that.
Never. No. But your point is well taken, and we're hearing a lot of it now. When are they going to spend? When are they going to spend? And it's easy to say that looking back now. They didn't break the bank, but they did give 2 long-term contracts last year, and both players this season were busts. So
I get that, but are you settling for lesser players, and that's what you're giving contracts to?
Of course.
Should you have tried to get better players that could be? Because I mean, when they signed Soler, dude, it's not like I'm looking at a guy with this long track record of. You know what I'm saying? And then and Avisale, you're kind of hoping he breaks through, but it's not.
Right. But what is it? And their track record, you're right. Track record, by the way, on both players a little bit spotty. 100%. But let's take it a step further, man. Let's really dive a little bit further. Why were both busts? Why couldn't one be good? Why not? Why did that happen? And why didn't Garcia hit 40 home runs and drive in 120? And why aren't we talking about the Marlins being 3 or 4 games better than they are? And that's a deeper issue here. It's really not the money. It's getting the right guys.
Okay. So you don't have the right front office people is what you're saying right now.
Thus far, they have not proven to succeed. They have not. In the past,
were those calls Kim Eng or were those calls Derek Jeter?
Well, Derek Jeter was more or less Avisale Garcia. I mean, really. Okay. I mean, the organization is going to take the bullet for this, but inevitably,
that's why I ask you, because I know you're going to know who's responsible for those guys.
Yeah, there's no team willing to give Avisale Garcia 4 years except the Marlins, and that was the only reason why he came to play for the Marlins is because he got the 4th year here, and that's the reality of this. And by the way, he's not going to be the last guy that they're going to have to overpay on to get somebody to come play here. The notion that, respect to Derek Jeter on this, but the notion that Derek used to say that players want to play here and players want to be here. I mean, come on, man. Like, get real. Like, this is not an easy place to play. There's nobody watching in the stands a lot of times. And it's not that easy to hit home runs and get a bigger contract. Like, Jock Peterson is not going to sign here for 1 year and $8 million thinking, oh, I can't wait to get to Miami so I can hit my 30 home runs and then get 20 million. It's not happening.
Right.
Kyle Schwarber had no interest in coming here, and he's got 30 home runs, right? So, just to make sure that we're clear on this, they need to spend more money. They need to get better. But let's not forget what happened in this offseason. They signed 2 guys to mid-level contracts, and both were complete busts this season. And that to me is the bigger story as opposed to like the not spending anything. Had they not spent anything, you could come back to me, Orlando, and say, well, what do you expect? They did 0. They signed one guy to $5 million, and then I'd be like, dude, you're totally right. Like, they didn't do anything, but they tried. I mean,
You're telling us who cares if you have a checkbook if you don't know how to use it, basically.
That's that. And by the way, they signed Sandy to a long-term extension too. But again,
Regardless
of these things, you can't say they did nothing. They definitely tried. They tried on a budget, true, but even on a budget, Tampa Bay seems to find a way to succeed at doing these things. The Cleveland Guardian.
And by the way, to back up what you're saying is, to their credit, they've drafted a crap ton of pitchers and they've developed a few, but they don't develop enough bats. And so if you're
They did not.
And if you're going to be the Utah Jazz, and if you're going to be the Indiana Pacers, well, okay, you're not a free agent destination, which is what this Miami team isn't at the moment. Okay, so if you're not a free agent destination, well then, man, we better get good at drafting and developing, because the only way you're going to get to that point is like what the Panthers have done, that they hit on a couple of really young guys who are super talented. They signed them as their core,
Correct.
and now they've had enough success that they can go out and bring people in now. But that's the commitment that we've seen from Viola and Sifu that we have not seen from the Marlins. They've got it seems like to me, they've got a first hit on the JJ Bledays of the world, and those kind of guys have to come through and become great hitters. So then you can prove to people that, okay, now we've developed, we're going to keep, and now we're going to add in free agency.
But
agree or disagree?
Well, agree to a degree.
Okay.
Because let's think of it this way. The Marlins still, let's say, have a top 10 farm system in baseball. It's not quite as good as they wanted it to be, and maybe it's not as bad as some people think it is. But you have this scale, right? And you have this scale of prospects, okay? And their success, Orlando, and in this hand, I have the pitchers. And in this hand, I have the prospects that are the hitters. And it's like this, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So they have this in the left hand, right?
Right.
So take the left hand and trade to make this hand better. And they haven't done that. And they haven't done that. They have to do that this offseason. They have got to tip that scale in a way that makes sense. And that is the dynamic that's missing here. And that's where, by the way, they don't have to spend the money. They can make a really good trade by trading a high-end pitcher that they have for a high-end hitting prospect to potentially fill that void. That's another way to make that happen, like they did when they traded Zach Gallen for Jazz Chisholm Jr. But the job is not done. They must continue along those lines. They did not do it here at the trade deadline, which now they've kicked the can again. All right. I mean, what am I going to say? I'm still going to be doing this. You're kicking the can again with me. Now let's see what happens in the winter. But how many times can you kick the can? I mean, I don't know.
Oh no, people are already the apathy's already set in years ago. They until they do what the Panthers have done, that's the only way they're going to crawl back to people. They have to make a commitment, man, and a commitment where they start to see that things change and they win and all that kind of stuff. Well, you broke news yesterday on Mattingly and his future.
Yes.
It seems like he's not necessarily comfortable with what's going on. I mean, that line you had where he wants to be where he's wanted.
Right.
So fill us in on all of that.
Sure. So listen, with Donnie now to be clear, I'm not around and at the ballpark pregame and postgame like a lot of the other folks who cover the team are. So I want to be very clear on that. But I have, through the years, in my opinion, developed a very solid working relationship with Don Mattingly. I personally believe that we have a tremendous amount of respect for what each of us do. And I have made it perfectly clear to him, Orlando, as I'm sure you feel this way, covering things impartially, but to a degree, when Dan Marino's sitting next to you, it's like, this is Dan Marino,
Of course.
and this is Don Mattingly, right? Like, I mean,
Right.
it's Don
Of course.
Mattingly here.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he knows I feel that way about him. We had that Hitman poster on our walls, right? We didn't have the Marlins here at that time.
No.
And so my respect level for him is through the roof. Do I think he's the best manager of all time? No. And I would tell him that. Has he had
He's
a
the he's the perfect player. That's
has
what
he
he was.
had a tremendous run of success with the
No, he
Marlins?
was the perfect. He's the example of what you want a professional baseball player, how to play, how to carry themselves, all of that.
And as a
Don
person,
Mattingly is Derek Jeter before Derek Jeter, bro. You know,
Donnie's in my above Derek Jeter for me, without a doubt. So
no, but I'm just saying, as
I
a player, he did things the right
as a
way.
player, right?
So,
I just
yeah.
want to set the table there. So it's like, people will wonder, well, where is this coming from? Like out of nowhere. No, I mean, Donnie sits at that dugout every single day and answers questions about why they're not hitting and why this and that. It's time to know, from my perspective, Orlando. It's August. Last year, Donnie told the media publicly that he didn't want to be anywhere where he wasn't wanted. So he asked and received an option in his contract that had to be exercised by July something. I don't remember the date. That's my bad. July. So naturally, we're sitting here in August. I show up yesterday and I'm like, hey, man, like, you got no option for next year. Have you heard anything? What did it? And he pretty much said to me, like, I'm just non-committal at the moment as far as where my future is.
Listen, I don't think he's a great manager or anything, but I also think I don't care who the manager is. You're not winning here, dude.
You're not winning.
And
with
if
that,
you're
with
not
that
winning here and
year.
you don't have a
No.
chance to compete, then what are you managing for, dude? You're just
Right.
managing a minor league, major league team. That's all. You're managing a feeder system for the other teams in the league, because that's all you're. By a hair, you don't see Pablo leave, but eventually, if this is the road, Pablo's gone eventually. And so how do you compete this way? You know what I mean? And I felt bad for Pablo, because maybe those last couple of outings, it's because it's on his freaking mind, dude, because it
the last
didn't
one for
look
sure.
like him.
Right,
Yeah.
but back to
Poor guy.
Donnie. I think Donnie. I'll tell you, Orlando. Donnie could lose 100 games and go through a rebuild at the age of 52, or at the age of 50. He could keep doing that. But it's getting to the point for him now. He's got a young kid who's growing up. He's got 2 other sons. One's in baseball. And again, it's just my opinion. I get the sense he still loves this. He still loves when JJ Bleday comes up and he can high five a new player and he can teach and he can be on the field. He still loves that. I still think he wants to be doing something in baseball, but this is a huge grind for somebody like him at this point.
For anybody.
And we're in August.
Yeah.
And there's been no talks about an extension. And you talk about being on Pablo's mind. It's probably on Donnie's mind too now. There's 2 months left. Is this it? What's going to happen? And I think personally, he wants to be the one to make the decision at the end of the season. And I think at the end of the season, it will be his call. I do. I know that probably a lot of people feel like, oh, they're going to get rid of him, whatever. I think in the offseason, if I had to predict, I think that Donnie will stop. But I don't think that he is done with baseball. And I personally hope, in my opinion, that he can transition to a special assistant position to the GM, which is very popular. We see it all throughout baseball, where Donnie can still live in Indiana and Evansville. And you know what? A couple of weeks a month, he can fly to Miami when the team is home, get to know the new guys, still meet with the old guys, go in these front office meetings with Kim. Who knows the players on this team better than Don Mattingly does right now? And I think it would be a wonderful way for him to still continue with the Marlins if he chooses to go that route. Orlando, he'll have no shortage of teams that will want to have Don Mattingly around. The Yankees would hire him as a special assistant like that. I think the Dodgers would bring him back as a special assistant like that. So that's a decision that's coming soon.
All right. Your thoughts on the Padres? Hell of a move. Holy
Yeah, I think next year they're the favorites to win the World Series. This is going to be tough. Doesn't really usually work in baseball. It's like, let's get this guy, and go win. I mean, usually that's like the runner-up. They'll have a great year. I don't think they'll win the World Series, but they'll be the favorites next year. I mean, clearly they have 3 of the best 15 players in baseball. You have to acknowledge that.
Oh, Dombrowski kind of did it in 97. Kind of did it in 97.
But go through history of the Yankees trying to do that.
No. You're 1,000% right, but they
It
actually
absolutely worked
pulled it off.
in 97. It worked.
Yeah, in 97 they pulled it off.
Without a
dude.
doubt. It worked without a doubt.
And the magic of building the 2003 team off of that fire sale. Holy shit, dude.
But you think of all the other teams that have won the World Series since 97, Indians at the time, now Guardians, Indians, homegrown teams.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mostly Philadelphia, Utley, Howard, homegrown player. Like it usually is like the Yankees pivoted and started signing all those free agents. Like
No, but it was off of a homegrown hard core. Really? Because it was
all those championships they won.
Yeah, all those.
Right, but what happened after they got older? They started signing Teixeira and Giambi and Soriano and
it didn't work.
It didn't work. It didn't work.
No. Do you like them this year finally to win it all?
Yankees?
Yeah.
No, Houston still.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Follow him on Twitter at Craig Mish. And, of course, Swings and Mishes, that is the podcast. And, of course, the Sports Grid. Tell them about the Sports Grid, my man.
Absolutely. So I'm on Sports Grid coming up in an hour from now, 2:00 Eastern, talking about the business of sports betting, going over the Major League Baseball trade deadline. And then I'm on Sports Grid on Fantasy Sports Today every morning, 11 o'clock Eastern till 12. It's totally free. It's streaming. If you have a Samsung TV or if you have a Vizio TV, you don't even need to do anything except to connect to the internet. And you can watch the shows on TV and then also on our app as well.
So you're not on a radio station?
I am not. Well, it's streaming. It's all streaming. It's like you. So I'm doing the same thing.
I know. I'm joking.
Oh, yeah, you were kidding, right? You're kidding. You were kidding, like me.
It's dying.
I did a podcast the other day with somebody from one of the stations I used to work at, and we were just like reminiscing live on the air, and I told the story that I've told with you about how the program director told me no fantasy football will never be popular and sports betting will never be legal. Those are two things that would
I talked about this earlier because that article came out from Odyssey that they're going to be filing for bankruptcy. Yeah. And you know this because you've been in the business a long time. We've had bosses that have never done our jobs, and then they're telling us how to do our jobs.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But the thing is, what is amazing to me, and this is, listen, as an individual person, I don't tell anybody how to do their job, and it's no indictment on any boss that I've ever worked for or whatever. But like, how is it that Orlando Alzagari always knows the future? Sees the forest, there's the trees. I know this is where I'm going to go. I know, and you just keep on going. And yet, the people who are in charge are just like only see like, right? Like
no, the people that are in charge put on the same radio show in the same market on 2 stations. You know what I mean? The people that are in charge go and build a building in El Portal. It's like, seriously,
buddy,
dude.
I'll never get it.
These are the things that go on. Let's get rid of the people that bring revenue in. Yeah, no, of course, because that makes sense. Keep people on the air that can't do a live spot. Hire athletes that can't read a sentence. Yeah, no, these are the people that are in charge, bro.
No, it's just.
And so then they wonder why they're broke. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's hilarious, you know?
Yeah. No, I keep grinding like you, man. That's the way it's going to be.
Yeah. And I'm not, that's why like 2 years ago, I was like so happy that I was getting fired because I'm like, I know where this is going and it's not you guys. I got to go start this thing.
Right.
Let me go to digital.
It always works out for the people who work the hardest in the end.
Right. Exactly. And that's it. In the end, we'll find the people that will team up with us because they know that we're the ones that actually are paying the dues and working hard. All right, Mish Meister, I appreciate you, man. Much love. We will catch up next week here in the Batter's Box. Appreciate you.
All right. Have a great day.
You've been listening to the Batter's Box. with MLB and Marlins insider Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, homeowners, or condo property damage, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation at 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLA.com. Download any episode by subscribing to our podcast at Big O Radio Show on most platforms.
Appreciate you all out there as always. Don't forget KSDT CPAs will be there in a couple of weeks on Friday, but they're not just a great tax firm, which, by the way, they're one of Forbes, one of America's top 200 tax firms in the country. They're also one of America's best accounting firms. They do it all: forensic accounting, business valuation. So if you're buying a business, you need to know, hey, are they telling me the truth here? Is it really making all this money? And they can do all of that for you to make sure. If you're trying to assess and sell or buy a property, they can help you there too. Management advisory services, healthcare advisory, property management, wealth management, valuation. They do so many things when it comes to domestic and international tax and assurance. They will take care of you at the KSDT offices. And we're in Dade, we're in Broward, and we're in Palm Beach now. So 3 different offices here in South Florida. So reach out to the great people at KSDT CPA, 305-670-3370. That's 305-670-3370 for KSDT CPAs. Dougie Fresh says, baseball is my favorite sport, but they sure do a great job of trying to get me to quit them. I really enjoy the segments with Craig. Please keep him on. Oh, well, he ain't going anywhere, bro. He ain't going anywhere. That was, these are things that I've been wanting to do from the get-go is having insiders for all sports. That to me is incredibly important, man, to have insiders for all the sports. So, yeah, he's not going anywhere. Trust me on that. You can bet your life that he is not going anywhere. All right, if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. I'm over this tampering crap from Ross. Ross did what every other team would do if they feel they need a coach or a QB or Brady or Sean Payne level. They just happen to get caught with their hands in the cookie jar like idiots for recklessly handling this, knowing the consequences. Yeah. I'm just done with Ross. I don't want him anywhere near the team. I need him and Bruce Beal to get lost and sell. Regardless of what you think of Ross, it's sad how these national pundits and even local people get so angry and disgusted and outraged by what Ross did. But when it comes to Watson, his alleged crime is swept under the rug. Yeah, but the problem is that's not us. We can get disgusted. That has nothing to do. We have no control over the Watson thing. So let's not be silly here. Big O, I want to thank you for promoting redrecover.com. After serving 20 years in the Army and 5 tours of duty, my back has been a complete mess. Red Recover has helped me with pain management, and it's been a godsend. Without your show, I would not have known about this. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate you, and I'm glad because it's happening to Sean. It's happening to my wife, Omar, myself now with my right shoulder. I'm telling you, man, that is just absolutely awesome. What do we have here? Somebody sent me if I recognize these musicians from a killer band. Like, I don't know what the hell he sent me. Diamond in the Cold. Well, I'm going to have to check that out on my own time, my brother. I can't do that now while we're on the air, but I'll check it out. But thank you. I will check it out. Somebody sent me something from the AP. Yes, I know about that. Thank you. What else do we have here?
Ross should have sold the team today, and Deshaun Watson should have gone a full 17 games. If Adam Silver was in charge, Roger Goodell and the good old boys club of the National Football League are protecting Ross and Watson. Yes, you are correct. And we all see it. And we all see through the BS. If people really want the big tall QB, just go out and get Ben Roethlisberger. We all saw how that went. James for Texas. Well, he was good, actually. He's a scumbag, but he won 2 championships. Well, the first one he facilitated and didn't get in the way. The second one, he was a freaking star, man. Okay. He was a star. And thank you, those of you that reached out here on the Welt and Rayom text line, as we read some there at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. And it's always available, the Welt and Rayom text line, for those of you that are listening to the podcast at any time. All right? So make sure you check that out. There we go. Check it out there. And please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Very important that you subscribe to the channel. Okay. Very, very important. Let me see if we got any other notes from the great Sean Stanley on practices. I don't think there's been nope. It looks like everything is in, and they're probably doing the interviews now. And later on in the afternoon, you'll be able to catch all of the interviews here on our channel. And the Big O Show Cuts also has interviews too. So make sure you check that out. Fuhencio says, shame on you, Ross, for not knowing how to cheat. There you go. You have your moment. Now stop the nonsense and acting like this is something new in the sport. Suck. We are the ones involved, but man up. I just want him to get the hell out. Just leave. Just leave us alone. Big O, I keep hearing of a Dolphin player called Eazy-E. That's Eric Ezukama. That's Eazy-E, the 4th round pick. Big kid, playing well, man. I don't know if he did anything today, but he's been catching fade patterns. Yesterday he ran a 9 route, used a little stiff arm and everything. I like it. The kid's got size. That's why they said, yeah, no, we don't need Devontae Parker. He's expensive. He breaks down. We are going to get this kid. He's going to do a lot of those things. Plus, we can use him in the running game also. I see the great Sean Stanley is there. How about that? Dolphins are deep at wide receiver. Trade some to get O lineman. Who says they need an O lineman? Maybe they're fine. Although the center part that might, like I said, next week, if it continues, I think you have to start looking for a center. Karen says Easy caught a bunch of 20-plus yard passes today, apparently, although Hill was out for load management. Yeah, Sean told us that. I like what I see from Ezukama, man. And I was happy that I got his last name right, because I asked him yesterday, can you pronounce your name just to make sure? You know? Let's see. Big O, let's see. I want to hear the same attitude when Ross lifts the Lombardi Super Bowl trophy, regardless of what you think about his sloppy situation with all the tampering issues. Yeah, but he's still an idiot. I don't want anything to do with Ross. I'm done with him, bro. I'm done with him. I'm a Dolphins fan. I'm sick and tired of it. It's really hard what pro football players are trying to do. Eric Ezukama is trying to make it in the NFL. Javon Holland is trying to take that next step to become a captain, a star, a Pro Bowler, right? You know, Christian Wilkins is working hard to get better. Tua's working hard. These assistant coaches, the trainers, the head coach, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator, the entire personnel department that has to scout all these players, has to travel all over the damn country, go to small schools, go to big schools, deal with good people, deal with idiots. write all kinds of reports, log all kinds of thousands of miles, be away from your family. This is not an easy job. It's incredibly hard, everything that they're doing. I don't care if you're Charlie the trainer or you're Chris Greer and everybody in between. Every one of those people work. The media relations staff works their asses off. I haven't met a Dolphin media relations staff that doesn't work their asses off. Everybody, the people that are running the website, Travis Wingfield, everybody else, they're all working their asses off, dude, to put together a product, to put together a team that everybody can be proud of. And you've got the guy that owns it all acting like a moron and getting busted. Unacceptable. Uneffing acceptable at every level. He's acting like he's Chad Johnson hitting, what was it, Evan Lozada, right? Was his girlfriend, in a smart car. Headbutting, right? That's what it was. He headbutted Evan Lozada in a smart car. Which is really easy to headbutt anybody in a smart car because you're like right here next to each other. So all you have to do is go like that, and that's it. It's right there. Just boom. I'm not making light of that, but I'm just saying he's acting like, something stupid and things that we have to like. Cecil Collins did what? He exposed himself to some girls at a pool. I had that story and I didn't break it. Anyway. So that happened before he broke into those people's homes in the middle of the night to watch them sleep or whatever, because he was a sick dude. But anyway, it's just all those crazy things that have happened over the years. You expect it to happen not from your owner, man. It's really hard what those people are trying to do. The media relations staff doesn't need this shit from Stephen Ross, because now they got to deal with the media having to cover this. Chris Greer doesn't need this shit that you're taking away a first and a third rounder from him after he's been working his ass off. And all you do, Stephen Ross, is work against your own employee. Ross's new name, says Dougie Fresh, Ocho Conseco. I was done with Ross ever since he kicked longtime season ticket holders from sitting behind the Dolphin bench to sit in the sun on the opposing team. Well, it's money, baby. Oh, do you think Ross would have been a better owner if he was in the building every day and lived in Miami full time? No way, Troy. Not the way he acts. No, he doesn't get it, dude. Big D says absentee owner can't get out of his own way. Should have been forced to sell the team. Yeah, well, they can't force him to sell the team. He's got to be Donald Sterling and Marge Schott. He's got to do something like really disgusting. Being incompetent and dumb is not enough. We've seen that in this league for a long time. I mean, Jerry Jones is incompetent and dumb. He gets in the way of his own team for many years now. Only time he was smart was when he hired Jimmy. Outside of that, he stayed stupid. Firing Jimmy, firing Bill Parcells, not giving Parcells the power at the moment, which is better than you getting the power. By the way, if you want to feel the power of pollen every single day, Nature Bee, that's for me, baby. And right now, we can give you a month free. All you got to do is buy 2 months. You will get the third month free and free shipping. Use the code BIG. Oh! Go to naturebee.com. Feel the power of pollen every day. 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals and powerful antioxidants. And listen, it's all natural. It's grown from the ground, from clean, green New Zealand. Okay? No chemicals, nothing. straight from Mother Nature. No side effects, no nothing. It's great for kids because it's all natural. Plant pollen, all natural. The benefits are amazing. Ladies, fuller hair, stronger nails, smoother skin. It also benefits digestion. And what I love, it boosts my immune system. If you've watched our show or listened to the show for 20 years now, plus I've been on for 32, but for the last 20 years, I've been taking Nature B. I rarely ever have a cold. And I attribute it all to Nature B. Okay. And whether it's energy, whether it's fuller hair, whether it's stronger nails, whatever, the benefits are amazing. Those sports creaky joints might feel a little better with some Nature B. 2 golden capsules go a long way. The benefits of plant pollen are proven. So make sure you and your family absorb it, take advantage of it, and take advantage of this deal. 1 more month. You buy 2, you get the 3rd one for free and free shipping, but you got to use our code BIG O. Go to natureb.com. All right. What else do we have here? Did you guys see Jarvis Landry? So Jarvis Landry, after a apparently brutal practice, he needed a full body cupping. And this is what his body looks like, full of these suction cups. I don't know if you guys can focus in on that. And I don't know if you can enlarge it. But like the man has cups all over his body. I don't even know if that shit is painful. But I got to admit that I am a twisted individual because I started to think about things that, some of you may not. Some of you may be thinking the same kind of joke I was. This is where Deshaun Watson was getting in trouble because he wanted the suction cup somewhere else. Okay. Anyway, I'm just saying. That's all. Just saying. Oh, man. I saw a music note that was kind of interesting. And you know me, I like following my music. And this, my friends, is a record-breaking nugget. U2 and the Stones are the only 2 bands from the 80s, okay, that have crossed the $2 billion mark in ticket sales. $2 billion, dude. That's crazy stuff. No other band. Only U2 and the Rolling Stones. Here, let me read the article for you. Oh, damn it. Okay. Here we go. The Rolling Stones and U2 are the only touring artists to exceed $2 billion in ticket gross sales since the early 80s, according to Pollstar. As part of its 40th anniversary coverage, the publication created 2 charts, one for ticket gross and one for ticket sales, analyzing thousands of box office reports across 4 decades. For both Pollstar, they counted only headlining shows, omitting both festival appearances and events where the artist in question served as a supporting act. The Rolling Stones topped gross sales charts and ranked 3rd for ticket sales, having earned $2.16 billion from 22.1 million tickets sold. The time range includes the band's 14 most recent tours out of nearly 50 total, starting with their American trek launched in the fall of 81. U2 ranked number 1 for tickets and number 2 for gross, having earned roughly $2.12 billion from 26.1 million tickets sold. The era includes 14 tours, beginning with the run supporting their second LP, 1981, October. October, and the trees are stripped bare of all they wear. What do I care? October, and kingdoms rise and kingdoms fall. All right. Anyway, top 20 gross includes Rod Stewart at 19, Roger Waters, that dirtbag at 18, piece of shit. Dave Matthews, 13, Billy Joel, 11, Paul McCartney, 10, Metallica, 9, Eagles, 8, Bon Jovi, 7, Springsteen, 4, and Elton John, 3. The top 20 tickets, Neil Diamond was at 16, Rod Stewart at 15, Aerosmith at 13, Fish at number 12, Grateful Dead at 10, Billy Joel at number 8, Bon Jovi at 7, Metallica 6, Elton John 5, Springsteen at 4, and Dave Matthews Band at number 2. How about that? They've got a hardcore group that follows them. Dave Matthews. Never tell a Dave Matthews fan that their music sucks, okay? Because they may kill you. You ever met a Dave Matthews fan? They are fanatical people, bro. Watch out with them. I'm telling you. Today in music history, in 2008, Kid Rock had the number 1 song on this date in the UK with All Summer Long. In 91, Metallica held a playback party at New York Madison Square Garden to launch their self-titled Nirvana's Kurt Cobain and Chris Novoselic both attended their self-titled album debut there. In 68 on this date, Hello, I Love You, Won't You Tell Me Your Name? The Doors scored their second and final number 1 song with Hello, I Love You. In 71, Paul McCartney announced he was forming Wings. It's a silly little love song. In 74, Bad Company went to number 1 on the album charts with Bad Company till the day I die. In 87 on this date, Def Leppard released their 4th studio album, Hysteria. And in 85, Tears for Fears started a 3-week run at the top of the charts with Shout, Shout, Let It All Out. These are the things I can do without. Come on. Let's see. Are they like Trekkie or Star Wars fans? No, they're more like Giants and Dodger fans facing each other. You know, the people that killed each other and put each other in comas? Yeah. Watch out with Dave Matthews fans. I'm just telling you. If you hear somebody tells you I'm a fanatic of Dave Matthews, immediately tell them, greatest band in the world. The guy's awesome. Fantastic. You are a smart fan, and then walk away. Even if you hate Dave Matthews, even if you've never heard of Dave Matthews, don't tell a Dave Matthews fanatic that his music doesn't matter. I'm just saying you're taking your life into your own hands. That's just me. Big O, no insult, but please keep your day job. I am for 32 years. I ain't losing my day job. I don't plan on singing anywhere. Big O in the shower, Stranger Things. There's an 80s song that's played called Running Up That Hill. Yeah. It's such an annoying song. What's her name? Yes, I heard about that. And it blew up the charts. What underplayed 80s song do you think would be popular now if it played? Oh, that's a great question. An 80s song that could get popular now if it's replayed. I don't know. That's a great question. Any shot that Relax from Frankie Goes to Hollywood, do you think that could get revived? Because that kind of sounds like something that would go with today's vibe, even in clubs today, probably. I would go with that one. How about that? Would that be something that you think we could get away with? I don't know. That one's hard. Pearl Jam fans are also freaking cult-like. Oh, they are? I haven't met enough of those people, but I have met some of the Dave Matthews people, and they are fanatics. Fish fans and Dave Matthews fans are hardcore. Yeah, but Fish fans are super cool people. They're so stoned that they're good, bro. Whether you like them or not, oh, that's cool, man. I love Fish, man. I'll just jam with the Fish. Yeah, and that's it. They're a great jam band, man. But Dave Matthews fans, they're psycho. They're psycho. I'm telling you. They're psycho. When sports and business collide, we got something that's called the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report.
This is interesting when we talk about sports and business colliding. McLaren, everybody knows McLaren, right? Racing, Formula One, that's what they're known for, all that good stuff. Well, McLaren Automotive all of a sudden now wants to get into the sneaker business. So they are tapping into the fashion world. The British luxury car maker is entering the $3 trillion fashion market to expand its reach and attract more consumers behind the growth popularity of its Formula One racing team. So McLaren Automotive worked on shoe labels, athletic propulsion labs on the collection. The line of running-based shoes is available in 5 colors, and the retail price, $450. Now, when the F1 race comes back to Miami, here's your job should you decide to accept it, okay? I want you to go around the McLaren people or the McLaren fans, and I want you to look at their sneakers and take pictures of their sneakers, because I think they have so much money that they probably would throw away $450 on these sneakers, which, by the way, seriously, that's the sneaker. Really? That looks to you like anything. That's $450 right there. Now, people that spend, it's like you and me spending $5 on a pair of shoes. That's probably what it is. McLaren Automotive and APL have been developing the high-speed line for 2 years now. The shoes are designed with elements that mirror McLaren's automotive cars, including carbon fiber plates. The high-speed line will be available in select online and brick-and-mortar stores across the world. APL stores in Los Angeles will carry the collection, as will Italian retailer Louis Aviaroma, online marketplace at Net-a-Porter, Hong Kong's Petter Group, and Level Shoes, a luxury retailer based in Dubai. That, my friends, is your KSDT Ridiculous Sports Minute.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
There you go. Nyborg says Running Up the Hill is a Class A5 earworm. What is it? The Kate Bush, right? Is that her name? Yeah, it's a song that just is annoying, bro. Annoying. At least when Stranger Things made Metallica, I think it was Masters of Puppet. That's awesome. It's real music. But that song, oh my God. It's just, it repeats itself, and it's kind of like this annoying sound, and I don't know. Good for her. She made a bunch of more money, hopefully, with the downloads and all that good stuff, but I can do without that song. Wasn't Big O a crazy O'Peath fan? What is O'Peath? I have no idea what O'Peath is. What kind of a joke is this? What is O'Peath? Talk to me. All those shoes look like they are for hobbits after foot surgery. They must be smoking crack trying to sell them Bobos for $400. $450. Lenny, get your shit straight, buddy. Okay? You're not buying them for $400, Lenny. Cop up 50 more. It's $450, Lenny. You cheapo. Christopher Carter, loaded at wide receiver and running back. Seems like we should be able to trade to a team that is thin and is deep at center like Dallas. First of all, let's let those guys decide what they're going to do with center. And second of all, it's too early to start trading people because you don't even know who's going to survive physically. And the running backs, they need the running backs because they don't have enough running backs to trade. And the receivers that they have, they got to keep them. I don't know if you guys realize this. They really are not deep at wide receiver. It's the top 4 guys. The rest are special teams, not going to really help you. It's 3 guys and Ezukama. Okay? You have 4 guys. Once we get to Trent Sherfield and some of those other guys, they're not going to be frontline receivers. Those guys are going to be complementary special teamers. So if they keep a 6th guy, he's a special teamer / wide receiver is what he is. Okay? They're not going to – there will be no Mohamed Sanu on this team. There won't be a Preston Williams on this team. You will count on Hill, Waddle, Sed, and Ezukama. Those are your guys. And then the other guys will be complementary pieces. So they do not have that depth. Please stop with that. And at running back, they will use a committee. Mostert's coming off a knee injury. He's only on a 1-year deal. Sony Michel's on a 1-year deal. You're not trading any of those guys. Sony Michel is your biggest back, so you're going to use him more as a short yardage. Chase and Mostert are fantastic as outside zone guys. So they're going to be able to run what you're trying to do. But none of them are bell cows. You're going to rotate all of those guys. So you don't have depth. And maybe you can trade Myles Gaskin because you don't keep a 4th quarter running back. You keep Alec Ingold instead as your 4th guy. They do not have the kind of depth that some of you are making it sound at wide receiver or at running back. Please stop. They have the players they need. And let's hope they stay healthy so they can have what they need to get throughout the season. Narratives that are you're building that make 0 sense. And I don't know if you heard it from somewhere else and then you're repeating something that makes no sense. They are not loaded at wide receiver and they are not loaded at running back. Stop it. So just I wish that people would kind of, slow the hell down with that kind of stuff. Mitch Dolphin says 80s radio tune that would be popular today. How about Lunatic Fringe? Ooh, Red Rider. How about that? Lunatic Fringe and the twilight's last gleaming. I love that song. You're in heartache. Yeah, I love it. You know what? Ga-gung-gung. Ga-gung-gung. I remember the beginning of that. I'm gonna jam Lunatic Fringe when I get off the air. That's a terrific song. I love that song. One hit wonder by Red Rider. We talk about redrecover.com. There's Red Rider right there. I don't know if it would be big nowadays. I don't think so, but I do love that song. It's a cool song. It reminds me of the MTV days. Is what I think about with that. Big O, are you going to be doing pre and post game shows during the preseason? No, not preseason, only regular season. No pre and post game shows for the preseason. Unless a bar wants to step up and put us out there, we'll do it. But our Sports Grill stuff starts in the regular season. Okay? And we're working on something else. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag yet, but we are working on some other things there. All right, folks, it is time to wrap it up. We thank Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. We thank Ian Rappaport, Matt Verderam, and Craig Mish. Absolutely loaded show today. We got to talk about all kinds of things, football, basketball, and a little baseball and everything. So we've got you covered there. We thank the C-Man, as always, helping us out there, along with Sean Stanley down at the facility and getting it done. Don't forget to subscribe to our page, our YouTube page, Big O Radio Show, and our second YouTube channel, Big O Radio Show Cuts. If you put in the search engine Big O Show Cuts, it'll come up. Please subscribe to those channels. One, we got to keep building this one up, and we got to get the other one up to 1,000. We need that badly, so help us out with that. Appreciate all of you out there as always. Thank you all for tuning in, for sending in a text, however it is. If you dropped us a super chat or what's it called? Venmo or Snapchat, or not Snapchat. What's it called? What's that thing called? Cash App. Venmo or Cash App, Cash Big O Show, where you can make a donation, and we appreciate all of you out there. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.
This is the Big O Show. This is the